Go live. Theoretically, I am now live. This is way too much to juggle. It wouldn't be so bad if it weren't... if it weren't for enabling the closed captions where you can't do it until you're actually live on the thing. I don't know why it's that way. You can't say, hey, once this goes live, can you please have closed captions? And it does not hold that setting, if that makes sense. You have to set it every single time. It's not... Oh, what's this?
There is one new severe thunderstorm.
So we're going to talk about the new tornado watch in a second.
There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for St. John the Baptist Parish in southeastern Louisiana, East Central Ascension Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Eastern St. James Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Northwestern St. Charles Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Southeastern Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, North Central Lafourche Parish in southeastern Louisiana, South Central Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana. Until 10:30.
I'm just going to summarize that. So a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for the following parishes in Louisiana: Ascension, Lafourche, Livingston, St. Charles, St. James, St. John the Baptist, the Tangipahoa. And apparently we just lost the severe thunderstorm warning for Pike and Walthall counties in Mississippi. Again, that brand new severe thunderstorm warning out of Louisiana is tornado possible. So let's see. Basically, the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect in Louisiana have tornado possible. The one in Mississippi does not. That's kind of interesting. I wonder if that's... Oh, yeah, tornado possible. Okay. That was the one that just got canceled. So apparently the tornado threat is down here, not up here for whatever reason. We're going to talk about the brand new tornado watch. I'm not going to do a separate video for it. I'm exhausted. And like my laptop, I don't know how it ran out of battery already. There's so many things that I need. One of them, I need to just switch to Linux, right? So I can have good window management, because I swear I waste probably so much time. Like right now, I'm trying to figure out, okay, what was the other window that I wanted to pair with this? And I waste so much time. So much time on this. Very frustrating. And then I waste time in OBS trying to find the appropriate scene. And then if I need to interact with the overlay, because the overlay is technically a web page, it's a mess. Let's talk briefly about this. Tornado Watch 29. So I had seen where I thought it was going to maybe be higher probabilities, but if you go over to, let's see the actual numbers, like 50 and 30. I think the previous watch, so Tornado Watch number 28, I think probabilities were 60 and 40. That just gives you an idea of the kind of context of how this compares to the previous watch. So this is going to be for Southern Alabama, Florida Panhandle, Southeast Mississippi, MISSISSIPPI, coastal waters. This is until 5 a.m. Central. A few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes possible. Isolated damaging wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. South Mississippi, will you get tornado warnings? So, possibly yes. So basically, let's see. Let me switch back to this. So portions of South Mississippi are in this brand new tornado watch that goes until 5 a.m. Oh, you can't see my cursor. Oh. That's because I'm brilliant and I'm in the wrong window. I have the exact same thing pulled up in Firefox. It's very confusing. So parts of South Mississippi are in that right this second. Forget when the last tornado warning was. But yes, Mississippi, definitely possible. Now this is... Let me pull up the latest Outlook, overlay this. We'll just go ahead and do the whole categorical. Let's zoom out a bit. So this is categorical, which means this thing right here includes tornado, wind, and hail threats. But so the marginal risk basically extends out to here. Slight risk begins here. But so any of these areas could be seeing severe thunderstorms tonight. Of course, you could also see some severe stuff up there. It's just technically this lighter shade of green is just a general thunderstorm risk, so not necessarily severe. And we'll switch over briefly to the overlay that has the strong tornadoes. So tornado threat-wise, this is the general outline. Yeah, again, you could get like a tornado out here. It's just not currently expected. Mother Nature doesn't have to pay attention to boundaries and such. But the highest threat, as of the latest outlook, is this yellow area, which happens to basically coincide with a strong tornado threat today. Not all yellow areas are going to have a strong tornado threat, but this one happens to basically overlay with that. But as of right now, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, no official tornado threats, but these down here have the tornado possible tag. If you're not familiar, that is a case where the National Weather Service is seeing some weak rotation, but nothing that warrants issuing an actual tornado warning. So I'll often bring this up. I have no idea who consumes this kind of stuff, because I don't know how often, like, would you get on TV and the meteorologist would be like, yeah, we got the severe thunderstorm warning, but it's got the tornado possible tag. In part because they don't really go live for severe thunderstorm warnings. It's more so the tornado warnings. Anyway, it's something that's basically in the metadata of a warning. So what we might see is whenever they update these, we'll see if they keep the tornado possible tag. Of course, we could see some actual tornado warnings come out of this. But I like to guess that it's probably like a 10 to 25% chance of any given severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag to actually end up with a tornado warning in that area. A day like today, though, very... I can't think of words anymore. Raunchy? That's not a word. It's been conducive. Actually, surprisingly, Texas was not originally in the threat for today, originally. But then they...
Alert sound goes here.
Oh,
there is one new special marine warning for. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a special marine warning.
Or we'll let it go for a second.
Coastal waters from Port Fourchon, LA to lower Atchafalaya River, LA.
Okay, we got a tornado warning.
20 NM.
We'll cancel that. So we got a new tornado warning for the following parishes in Louisiana. Gonna go with Laforque, Lafourche, St. Charles, and Terrebonne. That's radar indicated tornado threat. And this should show up in, well, let's see if it's on Tornado HQ. I have way too many windows and way too many tabs. Okay, so it's not... I don't have the right thing up. It's going to be here. In fact, this is going to be uncomfortably close to New Orleans with this new tornado warning. Okay, and Radar Omega has it now. So, again, as of right this second, only this area is tagged as like a tornadic threat as of right this very moment. And I am going to go ahead and disable the severe weather layer again because it does kind of make, especially on the coastal areas, I'm kind of not happy with this map style because it kind of makes it hard to tell when it's over water or not. Like there's Lake Pontchartrain. And we're going to switch over to the zoomed in radar. And I've just realized I left food out on the counter that a cat could get. So I might run and put that in the microwave briefly and run back after I get this set up. Let me, for those who want some context, let me have New Orleans in the way here. And let's see, that is 3 minutes behind. The one on the right side is 3 minutes behind. The one on the left is only a minute behind. I will be right back, though. Okay, how's it pronounced? Is it paradise or paradis? So I don't get confused. Let me bring up the search box so we can pull it up directly in Radar Omega. Yes, the new warning does. It's on the, what would that be? The northeastern edge, kind of. Let me draw it in context. So it looks like it's roughly about here. Is my stream buffering, or is that just YouTube Studio? Let's hope it's YouTube Studio. I don't have any errors on this side. Paradis? So you don't pronounce it the French way. That's what I've learned. You see something that looks French, assume it's not pronounced that way. Like rapide is rapids, Parish? Right, something like that. I am... Honestly, it is actually on my to-do list at some point. Do you have family there? Yeah, definitely give them a call, give them a heads up of what might be coming their way. As of right now, it's a radar-indicated tornado threat. So hopefully it's one of those situations where it's up in the sky and not actually on the ground producing something. We'll take a look at correlation coefficient in a second. Ow. And I need to go... Ah, wow. Cool. I'm down to 3% battery. So I guess I'm going to be running and grabbing my phone and plugging this in. Actually, this could all be avoided if you donate to the Buy Haley a USB-C adapter for the laptop fund. I'm kidding. That it actually really could be avoided if I had another power cable. Let's see, and my radar is... Ooh, geesh. 5 minutes behind real time. This one is. This one's like 4 minutes behind real time, and this is why I've been griping about Radar Omega this evening. Let me run the laptop to a power cable.
Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and slash or secure the vessel for severe conditions. A storm warning is in effect for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. Storm warning remains in effect until 3 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Small craft advisory remains in effect from 3 a.m. Wednesday to 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Thursday. What? For the storm warning, southeast winds 25 to 35 knots with gusts up to 55 knots and seas 8 to 13 feet. For the small craft advisory, northwest winds 20 to 30
Okay, so the thing on the right is now 2 minutes behind real time, so it did update finally. I'm gonna pull up the stream on a different device and mute this. La Fouche, so you don't pronounce the R. Oh. Oh, but what I was gonna say is it's on my project list that what I'm gonna do is come up with a video where I'm gonna go read, like, especially like Mississippi has a couple that I have no idea, but get a like for Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, especially those that seem to get tornado warnings quite a lot. I'm gonna read out all of the parishes / counties and solicit feedback, ask for people to correct me because because it's a barrier to being understood. Like, I can't think of a good example, but basically, if you're trying to convey something that's in a timely manner, mispronouncing it, like, kind of adds just like a little bit of delay. Number one, it adds delay to me because I stare at it like, I don't know how to pronounce this. So there's a waste of time there. And then also the confusion from mispronouncing it. You can't spell? I can't spell either. English kind of sucks for that, because we steal from all of the languages. But who knows where something came from. Have there been any other big tornadoes since the emergency in Houston? I would say yes. I don't personally have insight into the damage that was caused, but in terms of debris balls on radar, we'll zoom out for a second. So back here, like between the Texas and Louisiana border, there were some very concerning debris balls. But I haven't had a chance to really stop and look up any news. Yes, you just what? Don't go to school, kids. Just hang out in the stream. And I'm kidding. School is important. Let's see. We're looking at, so the thing on the right side is 3 minutes old. Actually, what I'm going to do on this other computer, it luckily has a, let's see, New Orleans live TV. And what was her name? The Oracle. That's all I can remember. Her name was a play on the Oracle. Okay, that was, let's see if they are live. Okay. I think she was, okay, I'm just gonna look up New Orleans Oracle meteorologist before I make an idiot of myself. Before I make an idiot of myself again. Was it Sharon? Margaret. Margaret Orr, the Oracle, I think, was the nickname that I read. I think she might have been with WWL, so they have, so let's see, it's WWLTV.com. Definitely has someone live. So if you're in this area, you definitely should be watching something like that. Instead of an idiot like me, who doesn't have like all the local knowledge that would make things more relevant. And obviously, the TV meteorologists, they've got access to way better radar that updates far more often. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient. Okay, so it looks like Fox8Live.com is also has someone live. So what I basically did was just Googled, was it New Orleans Live TV? And it sent me directly to the pages for these places. I'm sure if you went to like the main page, it would probably direct you to where it needed to go. I'm not personally seeing anything on that, but what, let's see, the one on the left side is currently 2 minutes old. And so what could happen is if the National Weather Service were either to get a report from someone or the radar were to pick up debris, we'd be in a situation where the thing that says warnings for, where it's a white background and red text, it would start to kind of pulse. If you see that pulse, that means there is an observed tornado warning somewhere. I'm going to mute this for a second, or mute myself for a second while I'm going to watch some TV coverage to see what they're saying. Waves around 2 feet. And for Thursday, northwest winds
10 to 15 knots. Waves around 2 feet in the morning, then 1 foot or less. On the Mississippi Sound. Gale warning in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Tornado watch 29 in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Small craft advisory in effect from 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday through late Wednesday night. For rest of tonight.
So I'm not hearing anything like right off the bat. So again, we have one tornado warning in effect. It's a radar indicated tornado threat. Okay, help me out. There's Lafourche. Is it? You just drop the R. And then St. Charles and Terrebonne. I'm gonna guess. It'd be Terrebonne. That'd be what? Good land? Those parishes in Louisiana that are deceptively French, but American-y pronounced. Is that a word? No, it's not. And we don't have an update yet. The 13-minute ago tornado warning issuance is the most recent information on this one. So again, we have what? A tornado. Did I name it correctly? Tornado watch until 29. I think we have tornado watch 29. I believe is until 5 a.m. I think tornado watch 28 might also still be in effect. Portions of it anyway. Yeah, portions of tornado watch 28 are still in effect. Tornado watch number 29 goes until 5 a.m. It has slightly lesser probabilities than the previous warning. Okay, go ahead and hide this. Go. So, me personally, I'm not super good at interpreting this. I'm good at, like, the traditional hooks. Seeing stuff like that. But I think maybe our area of concern is here. I'm kind of surprised, if that is true, if that's where the area of concern is, I'm kind of surprised that they haven't, they being the National Weather Service, haven't issued an update, at the very least, updating the polygon. It was 15 minutes ago that this was issued. Radar indicated tornado threat. And this also, for anybody on the East Coast, this continues into tomorrow. It will be with lesser threats, but of course, doesn't matter, like, if it was a 2% tornado area or a no % tornado area, if it hits your house. In fact, that would be something I'd want to research at some point. How often do we get, let's say, like an EF2 or greater tornado that's completely outside of a risk area? It's like an EF0, EF1, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if those happen every so often in areas that we didn't expect it. But otherwise, how often do we get a strong tornado? Since strong tornadoes require so much more kind of setup and ingredients. And the NOAA weather radio in the background is out of Mobile. Mobile that is now in the tornado watch. But let's see, they have a couple of showers. Nothing severe near Mobile at the moment. And we still don't have an update, right? Yeah, 16 minutes ago is the latest data. I am going to mute this again. And thank you, Johnny. But so again, if you're in this area, fox8live.com, that sounds like ATE. Fox, the number 8, and live.com is live. So is wwltv.com. They have live people. So I'm going to mute myself so I can listen to this for just a second and see if there's anything I can quickly gain from it.
Thursday, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots, diminishing to 10 to 15
Does not see, it actually kind of seems like they're kind of. All right, here's part of the problem. I don't watch these stations regularly, so I don't know their color schemes. This would be one of the problems, is like I'd advocate for everybody to like get familiar with one of the local TV stations, find out like what their maps are, because like so many people can display things differently. Like for instance, right now in Radar Omega, red means tornado warning. Radar Omega does not make any distinction between an observed tornado warning and just a radar indicated. It does, however, have like this purple and black thing that we saw earlier near Houston for a tornado emergency, but otherwise it doesn't do anything different graphically for PDS, for observed tornado, etc. It's all the same. But so for instance on TV though, what just updated? I have no idea what updated. Maybe we lost something? Anyway, I saw it flicker. But some TV stations, and I think GR Level X products are like this. I think that a tornado warning is red, possibly, and an observed tornado warning is purple. I'm personally working on something. Hi, cat. That is going to have like the observed tornado warnings be different color. But that's gonna, it won't have radar. Unfortunately, it will just basically be polygons, at least for a bit. But it would be something where in a case of like where we're looking at 10 different tornado warnings and I'm trying to figure out which one of this is the one that's got the observed tag, then that was why I wanted something like that where I could quickly switch over to it and say, this is the observed tornado tag. And also, of course, at this point, I'd like to have that just because Radar Omega, like, it's only so far on the special marine warnings where I've seen it be ridiculously laggy. But still, like, a minute, like the 30 seconds to a minute to the 2 minutes, however long it takes for that warning to show up. Like, I'm talking about a new tornado warning that I can't even display because it hasn't shown up yet. Anyway, the thing about the TV is if you can get familiar with, like, what they use for different colors. So, like, there's a pink warning. Well, what does that mean? I have no idea. It's the same shape as this one. So, apparently, for Fox 8, a pink warning box means a tornado warning. But the downside, of course, is you don't get to see what their radar and their radar products, or, like, their warning boxes look like until there's an actual, like, outbreak of sorts. And then, of course, if you happen to be blessed and don't end up near an observed tornado warning, you may have no idea what color or pattern. Like I think ABC 3340, the one that James Spann is at, I think that's true of the tornado warnings. They, for instance, blink. Hi, cat. Anyway, at some point when the things that I'm working on, okay, we do have an update. So they've canceled it for Terrebonne, or Terrebonne. I'm just going to always butcher that. And so it's moved out of the area there. So the tornado warning continues for La Fouche in St. Charles, I think. But once my stuff is, like, stabilized somewhat, I'm probably going to put together, like, try to put together something less than 5 minutes that is like an explanation of, okay, here's what you can expect. If there's a tornado emergency, this is what it's going to look like. There's an observed tornado, this is what it will look like. So you have like a little bit of a head start. But the tornado warning, actually, let me get the audio for this. Again, it's continued. They moved it, they canceled it for Terrebonne. I'm gonna Google that real quick while I do this. But otherwise, it looks like everything remains the same on that warning.
Ding ding. I have an update for the tornado warning in Louisiana. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. A tornado warning remains in effect until 10:30 p.m. CST for southwestern St. Charles and north-central Lafourche parishes. At 10:10 p.m. CST, a squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and straight-line wind damage was located over Raceland, or 10 miles northeast of Houma, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, Radar indicated.
Hey, sorry about that. I didn't have chat visible. So let's see. You're headed out of Louisiana but live in Magnolia. So let me put the search box. Again, we've got a radar indicated tornado threat. We're going to take a quick detour as the cat tries to tug on me. Leave me alone, kitty. Okay, depending on where you're departing from in Louisiana, you might be okay, because it looks like Magnolia is on. So, for instance, oh, let me zoom out, try to hold the place of where Magnolia is approximately. It looks like it's roughly there. And so far, like, all of this seems to be kind of on this side of it. Granted, let's see, where is that in relation to the highway? Possibly loosely there. Definitely some rain. The rain itself, of course, could be its own hazard. But again, depending on where in Louisiana you're leaving from. Now, I personally, if you can avoid travel, avoid it, especially with the rain situation. We've had a whole lot of flash flooding with this stuff. So that in and of itself, especially because it's night. I realize, though, that you're probably trying to travel home and you don't want to be wherever you are. And unfortunately, it's probably going to be a case where it's going to continue to rain for a while. And thank you, guys. But flash flooding, I do believe, actually, they say, kills more people than tornadoes. So as terrifying as tornadoes are, especially at night, it's going to be that much easier to accidentally drive into something flooded. It takes a disturbingly small amount of water to lift a car off the road. So if you can wait, like even maybe just 30 minutes, like, I don't know what would be a good place, but maybe like pull over at a gas station so that if, like, I think, again, depending on where you're parting from, it might just be better to wait a little bit, make sure until this line is farther out to the east. Cat, yes, what you need? It would make more sense if I had a camera. You get to see that the cat is harassing me. Oh, God. And trying to choke me currently. Poor kitty has been very neglected today. But so we have, still in effect, over Lake Pontchartrain, we have the special marine warning. We have another one. Let's see. So all of the special marine warnings are marked as waterspout possible. So that would be, you can have what I think they're called fair weather waterspouts. But in this case, these would be most likely, if it were over land, a tornado, that type of situation. Oh, and to those who aren't familiar, I also actually run a website, tornadohq.com. Been around a decade, maybe a little bit longer, I'd have to look. That has a live tracker on it. However, this YouTube channel, I have access to things that I, basically tornadohq.com is this live free, hey, stop trying to choke me. Hold on a second. She's giving me those. Would it be kitty dog eyes? Wait, that didn't sound right. Kitty cat eyes? Why you put me on the floor? I don't want to be on the floor. Anyway, I run tornadohq.com. It has a live tracker, but there are certain things that I have access to here that would be basically, I would go into debt if I had them on the website, because the website's free. But so this stream is basically access to a lot of things that would be prohibitively expensive for me to actually, like, have to the general public, if that makes sense. So that's where you end up having to, like, I own Radar Omega and Radar Scope. Is there any others? I guess that's it of what I personally own. And after tonight, honestly, I'm going to probably be looking at something like GR level 3 or GR level 2 analyst. That thing, GR level 2 is like $250. That, you know, I don't have that kind of money. So when I say I'm going to look into it, I'm just going to lust over it and say, yeah, that'd be nice to have. Because there's been enough delays looking. Now, again, right now we have a radar indicated tornado warning. But we've had several observed tornado warnings where I'm staring at like the debris ball tracker and the thing is falling out oftentimes like 5 to 7 minutes out of date. Granted, all radar is going to have some lag. But for it to be adding possibly unnecessary lag to that is really frustrating. Because I'm basically able to say, well, the tornado appeared to be here 5 minutes ago. I also run severeweatheroutlook.com, radarmonster.com, mysevereweatheroutlook.com, literally MY. What else? Tertremo, an earthquake site, TERTREMO.com. Oh, myfutureradar.com. Yeah, I think that's it in terms of the weather ones. I have too much time on my hands, apparently. And then hopefully this channel might get monetized soon. So at the very least that I can pay my electricity bill from running these machines. Which would be, at this point, a laptop. And then my actual streaming machine. And a TV so I can watch it. Can I circle where I think the tornado would be? Honestly, I would be doing it if I had, like, all I can tell you is I feel like this is probably the area of concern, maybe right here. And it's been really tricky for me. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't have extensive training other than me staring at stuff that's affected me. And especially if I'm able to correlate it with like what I'm able to see on like the TV meteorologist display. So these have been kind of tricky for me because they're not the traditional looking things, but this would be my guess. And that's why I hesitate to say, this is where I think the tornado is. Because what if the tornado's like down there? I don't want to be misspeaking. Misspeaking. Let's see. Do we have an update? 10 minutes ago is the... So no, we don't have any updates since I last addressed that. But a radar indicated tornado warning continues. It's been... Apparently it's been, what does it say, 5 hours since the most recent observed tornado warning. That does not mean that it's been 5 hours since the last tornado. Just the 5 hours since it was last officially an observed tornado. But I actually have it on my list. So this overlay on the sidebar and stuff is all basically a web page that I built that I'm actively working on. But the other pet project, so to speak, that I do kind of want to work on, especially coming into spring, is getting more familiar with the science of this stuff. Like especially like radar analysis. So I might personally say, well, maybe this is kind of interesting. And again, one of the things that James Spann out of Alabama says, if you're in the polygon, you respect the polygon. But if I would really like to be able to say, okay, we've got this tornado warning, for instance. Well, what's happening over New Orleans? What kind of environment are we looking at? Is this going to be more favorable for it? Is there maybe like something in the atmosphere that's going to kind of inhibit it somewhat? So we're hoping that this thing is kind of on the way out. And that's the stuff I absolutely do not know right now. And of course, also, I'll be frank that even if I did kind of have that training, like I'm trying to juggle so many things at once, I might not be able to do like super quality analysis anyway. And this is why I advocate for everybody to learn as much as you personally can. Because then you can be your own advocate. You can look at the radar and say, okay, like I'm going to be starting out here. I need to end up here. But that means like I'm going to have to drive right through a severe thunderstorm warning. So, and all this rain, like, is it worth it? And I don't know, maybe you would have like an emergency where you might have to say, yeah, I'm just gonna have to, like, unfortunately try it. But if you yourself have, oh, there went the laundry. I don't know if you could hear that. If you yourself have some insight into looking at radar and stuff and can kind of make a bit of a judgment. But honestly, just having access to a good quality radar just to, and that loops, and that's unfortunately tornadohq.com does not have looping, just shows the most recent that it has access to. So you don't get that context of like being able to visually see where's this thing going. And then obviously paying attention to your severe weather outlook. The problem with that is it's winter. People aren't going to be expecting that. And I honestly would not blame people who, you know, is you going to put it on your to-do list every morning. Okay, I'm going to go to severeweatheroutlook.com, see if I'm in something today. Better safe than not is actually a very good way to live your life. But one of the things that's in the back of my mind is how could I make it more rewarding for people to come on by on a daily basis and check what their outlook is so that they can be informed. And it honestly probably only would take, like if it were targeted information, maybe it would be like 30 seconds. You go to a web page that tries to figure out, okay, I think you're in this location. Is that correct? Yes, it's correct. Okay, it looks like you're going to be under like a 5% tornado risk tomorrow, for instance. So that you could get the information really quickly that's tailored to you. That's on my to-do list. That is what I'd absolutely love to do. I mean, especially when we talk about the Storm Prediction Center maps, where it's like this ginormous country. Like, well, I know loosely where I am in my state, but without any kind of like reference counties, it's so hard to pick out exactly where I am. I'm going to check on the laundry real quick, but again, we have a tornado warning in effect. Lafourche, I think, in St. Charles. Oh, I did Google it. I get as far, oh, as the other one. Oh, wow, Wikipedia. I was looking up Terrebonne. Terrebonne, I think is what Wikipedia is trying to tell me. Terrebonne. Let me look up something. It does not give me a pronunciation guide. It just says French. Paroisse de la Fourche. That's helpful, thank you. Oh no, did I just lose the overlay? Yes, I did just lose the overlay. Alright, number one, we'll try refreshing.
I found 1,796 new warnings affecting 24 states.
Ooh, so now we're flying blind. I guess I'm not checking on my laundry just a second. Oh, interesting. Okay, they're at... Oh, I have no idea what happened. Maybe we didn't actually lose it? I just accidentally dragged it? Yeah, okay, now that I'm looking at the stream that's 30 seconds behind, apparently that must be what I did. Can I lock this layer? Lock preview, I guess. Okay, I guess that's what I need to do in the future is lock preview. Okay, interesting. Anyway, we didn't lose the overlay entirely. I just made it invisible. How much snow is Rising Sun, Ohio going to get? I have no idea. What I can do, I will, let's see. That'd be a WPC thing, because I have been in the woods of tornado warnings all day. If it weren't for this, I actually would be streaming something about the thing. That's not helpful. About the winter storm situation. wondering where this is gonna send me. So Rising Sun, Ohio's local National Weather Service office would be Cleveland. So if you know where you are, they have... Oh, I'm not logged in. Okay, let me log in to chat. And our most recent update on that tornado warning still is 18 minutes ago. And it's getting ready to kind of move out of the box. Oh, come on, I don't have my phone on me. Anyway, I'll just... Let's see. If you go to weather.gov... Oh, and now I've completely lost the window. Actually, if you go to weather.gov and input like your zip code or your location name, that would be one way to get a forecast. But Cleveland is at weather.gov/CLE, so the beginning of Cleveland. Because sometimes I guess maybe they might be tied to airport codes. I've never memorized airport codes, so I can't say. But some of them have like nothing to do, or seemingly nothing to do with the actual place name. Okay, brand new tornado warning. Radar indicated. It's gonna be for Jefferson, Lafourche, and St. Charles. So is that the same? It sounds like we're basically gonna get a tornado warning for the area where it already was. And at the very least, New Orleans is about to get some rain. Give it a second. Wait for the overlay to get that warning. Radar indicated tornado warning. Well, that's a first. Okay, I may be having data problems, which is why I left the other part of the overlay enabled. So we got a brand new tornado warning. Radar indicated threat. I am going to run back to my desk, to the computer that has the overlay, see if I see anything immediately obvious as to what's going on. Because it seems like it's got the special marine warnings. Let's see, what day is it? It's the 25th now, UTC-wise. That shouldn't matter. I'm going to go check and see what's up, and hopefully I can fix that quickly.
Seas 6 to 8 feet. Building to 7 to 10 feet. Dominant wave period 7 seconds. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms late this evening. Then showers with thunderstorms likely. For Wednesday, west winds around 20 knots with gusts up to 30 knots. Sea 7 to 9 feet, subsiding to 6 to 7 feet in the afternoon. Dominant wave period 8 seconds. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning. A high wind warning is in effect for the following area. In Mississippi, Jackson, high wind warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. What? South winds 30 to 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 55 miles per hour expected. Where? Portions of southeast Louisiana and southeast and southern Mississippi. When? From noon today to 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Impacts. Damaging winds will blow down trees and power lines.
Okay, so the short story is there is a warning, apparently probably a special marine warning causing a data error. So I'm going to be off mic for probably at least 5 minutes. Hopefully that's how long it will take to fix. So in the meantime, ignore the middle section that's apparently not updating right now because there's an issue. And read the tornado warning thing at the top. And right now, so that's issued 4 minutes ago. Radar indicated threat. And hopefully I will be back in a short bit, having hopefully fixed things. Really bad timing, isn't it? And obviously it would be wonderful if my streaming computer were near my actual work computer, but it's in a completely other room on the opposite side of this place.
Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, Tornado Watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday for the following counties in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile, and the following counties in Mississippi, George and Jackson, and the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20
I found 3 new warnings affecting Hawaii, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Ding ding. There is one new flash flood warning for Hawaii. The National Weather Service in Honolulu has issued a flash flood warning for the island of Kauai in Kauai County until 9:15 p.m. HST. At 6:14 p.m. HST, radar and automated rain gauges indicated heavy rain falling over northern Kauai. Rain was falling at a rate of 1 to 3 inches per hour. Flash flooding is...
Okay, there we go. So, yeah, that means I did not realize we did not have updates on the middle section of the screen for apparently the previous 21 minutes. So, if I go into it, the Hawaii flash flood, I hadn't provided a data for Hawaii, so it had no idea what the time zone was, and it was crashing the whole thing because I'm an idiot, and that's how I built the thing, is that one rogue warning can take down the whole system. Obviously, let me in fact write that down. So one missing time zone should not take it all down. So one of the things I actually have running on for TornadoHQ.com is that I have a secondary source of warnings, and I go out and I check, like, that's probably every 15 minutes is how often I run it. And, like, it will say, hey, wait, this one source is missing this, or this is missing that. But since this thing is still so brand new, this overlay, I haven't built anything for it. Okay, so the current situation. Let's zoom out a bit. Actually, I'm curious. If we zoom out a lot, can we see the Hawaii thing? Let me take that off. Yeah, there's your flash flood warning that was breaking the scraper out there in Hawaii. Otherwise, we have these special marine warnings out here, and then a severe thunderstorm warning that doesn't carry the tornado possible tag, and a tornado warning that is radar indicated. We'll zoom back in. So if I were personally to guess, this might be the area of concern. Huh. So let me draw on that, and it just, yeah, now the circle is not in the right place. So let's see. My correlation coefficient display, the one on the left, is 3 minutes behind. This velocity, which is winds, is also 3 minutes behind, which might be about right. But as of right this second, I'm not seeing signs of something on the ground. But definitely gonna have, so you've got, at the very least, you're gonna get a wind threat with this line as it comes in, and what the fear, I believe, would be embedded supercells. Like, for instance, this might be a little bit of embedded rotation. But we do not have an update on that. It was issued 9 minutes ago. No updates on it as of yet. And if the tornado warnings end, can we do a winter stream? On another night, sure. This thing, though, is going into, what is today? Tuesday/Wednesday? This is, actually, I'm not sure when it ends. Oh, but it ends tomorrow. Maybe even late tomorrow. Is it Friday yet? No. And let's see, is it Friday in Australia yet? Probably not. Hey Siri, is it Friday in Sydney? That doesn't seem right. How could it be Friday in Sydney? They're the... Oh, let's try this. What day is it in Sydney? There's the quality of Siri. Is it Friday in Sydney? It is Friday in Sydney. But then if you ask, what day is it in Sydney? It's Wednesday, January 25th, 2023 in Sydney, Australia. Like, thank you, Siri, as always, for being worthless. Siri used to be good, and you used to be able to ask, hey, what's the dew point? Let's see if it works now. The answer is no. Here's some information. Would you like a Wikipedia page? No, you dumb computer thing. You used to be able to give out the actual dew point. In fact, I knew how to say it in Spanish. El punto de rocío. Which is probably literally the point of dew. But so again, at the very least, this is going to be a lot of rain. My best guess is this would be the area of concern. But we do not have an update on this one yet. Issued 11 minutes ago. I'm going to mute myself, see if I can find another New Orleans TV station again. Or was that the other computer? Okay, Fox8Live.com apparently is no longer live. And or is that a commercial break? Okay, WWLTV.com is live. Let me mute myself and turn this up. So apparently, if I'm hearing this correctly, this cell is about to get tornado warned. So that'd be under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. See, their velocity looks so much more impressive than mine. So he's saying a water spout that's going to cross into land. Doesn't sound like it would be continuing too far onto land, or they wouldn't be, I guess, in the past. They don't tend to cross that far over. But again, that's apparently up there. I think it was Slidell. The NWS office there may well be issuing a brand new tornado warning on this thing specifically. In fact, that might be it right now. So, tornado warning for St. Tammany Parish in Louisiana. Again, where the blue circle is, I'm pretty sure is where this new warning is going to show up. Text-to-speech should catch it, assuming the overlay is still working in just a bit.
Listen up.
Okay, thank goodness.
There is one new tornado warning for Louisiana. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a tornado warning for central St. Tammany Parish in southeastern Louisiana until 11:30 p.m. CST. At 10:42 p.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Lacombe, or 12 miles southeast of Covington, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs.
You've probably heard that if you've been listening at all. Damage to roof, siding, trees may occur, or is likely, etc., etc., etc. So the 2 tornado warnings in effect. The brand new one is for St. Tammany Parish in Louisiana. That's the one that's in the north of the current view for an apparent water spout that's going to be moving on to land, possibly even, like, this thing makes it really kind of hard for me to personally pick out where the water begins and ends. It might already be on land. And then we do still have the tornado warning for Jefferson, Lafourche, and St. Charles parishes in Louisiana near New Orleans. No updates on that one. That was issued 15 minutes ago. So definitely going to be, at the very least, a wind threat with this. But personally, it's hard for me to pick out like where this thing might be, other than obviously very, very windy, because I'm not seeing like the traditional, like the greens with the reds. Like for instance, up here, you can see there's kind of like this brightness around there that's kind of impressive looking. To try to fit both these, let me hide the search box for a second. That'll give us maybe a little bit more of a view. That almost looks kind of, I mean, it's kind of interesting looking to my eyes, because it almost looks like a tiny little bit. I mean, there's definitely a tiny bit of brightness. What is actually there, I do not know. But so this is moving into an area that was formerly under a severe, well, I mean, it still is, but it had already had a severe thunderstorm warning with it. Again, right now, 2 tornado warnings, both radar indicated. The most recent officially observed tornado warning was apparently 5 hours ago. So again, doesn't mean that there hasn't been a tornado between now and then. It just means that all of the warnings between now and then have been radar indicated. Which website is more reliable, AccuWeather or Weather Channel? Weather.gov. I am never going to advocate for a commercial company, especially because I think AccuWeather might be the one that has some of the shadiest people who are basically trying to keep, like, basically this kind of free information out of the hands of the people and make it basically behind a paywall. Because tornadohq.com basically would not exist without the amazing free data that places like the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service provide. And places like AccuWeather are actively trying, like, oh, the government shouldn't be able to compete with us. Then we might actually have to do something novel. So weather.gov, please go there. They don't get enough credit for what they do. And they are, of course, the official source of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings and everything else. I don't think life-saving information should ever be behind a paywall, and that's definitely what places like the Weather Channel and AccuWeather are going to be doing. Okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, and if you noticed, like a couple minutes ago, the polygon changed. So the county that I cannot pronounce, Tangapahoa Parish. Oh, I said county. I meant parish. That one. They canceled that. So apparently when they reshaped the polygon, Tangapahoa Parish in Louisiana is no longer part of that. So the tornado warnings right now, radar indicated, are for St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana. That was a possible water spout moving onto land. Let's check correlation coefficient. So personally, like, New Orleans definitely got some winds coming in. But personally, so on the northern one, I would say like probably roughly here is the area concern. It's, to my eyes, looking less put together now that's over land. But I personally am not seeing any clear indicators.
Hoop hoop.
Oh, what's this?
There is one new special marine warning for.
Oh.
The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a.
So that's probably going to be for the special marine warning. And the weather radio reads it so much more quickly than my text-to-speech.
Until 12:15 a.m. CST.
The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a special marine warning for Lake Borgne, Lake Pontchartrain, and Lake Margaret, Mississippi Sound, until 12:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 10:44 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms.
Okay, so since we actually apparently got an update on the tornado warning, so if it's Lafourche, that's parish has been canceled as part of the tornado warning. But as otherwise, it looks like everything's the same. Just a radar indicated tornado warning. No hail threat on this one. Let's switch back to radar. Or reflectivity, technically, is what I meant. But it really is, it's like a paragraph for every special marine warning. Not literally every special marine warning. But instead of like having a county, like Jefferson is a county or a parish, it will be like this area from coastal waters from 5 nautical miles out to 20 nautical miles by the Bay of the Bengal of the Sea of the something. And it would take up half the page, listing the full thing. We have an update on the flash flood warning, apparently. Oh, in Hawaii. So, what? That is an interesting... It's interesting. I have no idea how to pronounce it. I guess they don't have traditional county zones out there. I'm going to guess that Kauai is the county, but one of them is Kauai in Kauai. In Ni Hao. It's not Chinese, I know. Thank goodness I'm not covering Hawaii because I would be butchering things even worse out there. But as of right now, 2 radar indicated tornado threats. Hopefully it is just the situation where it's going to be windy. But hopefully no tornadoes. Oh, I'm not a GovStream. I am Haley with 2 Y's from tornadohq.com. But I am a huge advocate, or I'm trying to be more of a huge advocate, because like not everybody knows that like weather.gov has a lot of stuff. Now I have plenty of complaints about how they handle things. In a lot of cases, like they're generally centered around, hey, this could be so much more user friendly than it is. Or I also have complaints about how it seems like every National Weather Service office often handles things just a little bit differently. So I can tell people, oh, hey, you should look in the top right corner of your National Weather Service office page. Oh, no, wait, that's only like the central region I think does that. So what's available? Oh, and then also you sometimes get cases. I don't know if I know that there was definitely a screenshot. I think if it was an office in Alabama that was using different colors than the Storm Prediction Center. So, like, the colors can already be kind of confusing. And then if you have people who are kind of using their own scales, and it's just, the whole thing's kind of a mess. But yes, if you're talking about the Storm Prediction Center, we are in an enhanced. A moderate risk is actually worse than an enhanced. And if I remember right, I'm going to see if I can find that at some point. Was basically the risk scale goes like just non-severe thunderstorms to marginal risk, slight risk, enhanced risk, moderate risk, high risk, and if I remember right, people put, I want to say marginal and enhanced in different places than where the Storm Prediction Center actually has them. So one of those other things that's kind of confusing. Also, you might hear me complain about the NOAA weather radio. For instance, would they reshape a polygon? And let's say, so again, I'm going to butcher it, I'm sure. But for instance, the tornado warning from 24 minutes ago was for Jefferson, Lafourche, and St. Charles parishes. And then 6 minutes ago, they updated it, which then meant it was out of Lafourche parish. So if you're listening to the NOAA weather radio at the time, it would do this whole spiel about the tornado warning for, you know, whichever area of Lafourche is canceled. The storm that prompted the warning has moved out of the area. Remember, a tornado watch remains in effect until such and such, you know, and would give this whole spiel. And then it goes on to a tornado warning remains in effect for Jefferson and St. Charles parishes in Louisiana. So I complain about the fact that even I, knowing that this is how these things work, it fools me every time when I'm listening to it. Like, oh, great, the tornado warning is canceled. Nah, it's canceled for one area. So that would be one of my other complaints. So no, I am not NOAA or NWS or anything, but I try to advocate for them. They do lots of good work. I just have complaints about how they handle things like that are kind of social science related. After that long rant. That wasn't much of a rant. You'll hear me rant really about Radar Omega. Like things like how the looping radar will break, or how every single time that I've changed, I think from the regional to like the local, they'll say, oh, this data is more than 3 hours out of date. It appears that the radar is offline. Like, what? What are you talking about? And I have to close that pop-up every single time. TornadoHQ.com sucks, but it's okay because I built it, so I know why it sucks. And things that are confusing about this overlay I'm trying to make as obvious as possible. And I'm messing with the mic, that's what the noise is. Oh, we're going to have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for St. Tammany Parish. Hancock.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Louisiana and Mississippi. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern St. Tammany Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Hancock County in southern Mississippi, Pearl River County in southern Mississippi, until 11:45 p.m. CST. At 10:55 p.m. CST, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Baxterville to Lacombe, moving northeast at 50 mph. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Slidell, Picayune, Waveland, Poplarville, Diamond Head,
We're going to cancel this in a second.
Kill.
Okay, so again, that's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Hancock, Mississippi, Pearl River, Mississippi, and St. Tammany Parish in Louisiana with a tornado possible. So that is this thing over here. And honestly, I'm surprised that they haven't done anything with this tornado warning. Because to my eyes, it looks like it's kind of out of there. So you're asking about St. Rose area. So you might have previously been under a tornado warning. It looks, though, like everything's to your east at this point. So probably going to continue to be rainy. Might also be gusty winds, but technically not even a special weather statement on that at the moment. I'm curious, when is this would expire in 18 minutes if they don't do anything with it, but surely they're going to reshape it. At the least. Oh, and by reshape it, all they can do is subtract. In the case of a tornado warning, all they can do is subtract from the original polygon. They can't add to it. As opposed to a tornado watch, they can add to a tornado watch. I think some of the winter weather stuff they can add to, but tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings, basically what they end up doing is just issuing something brand new. But is it Pontchartrain, or is that just how the NOAA weather radio is pronouncing it in the background? Because I swear I've heard it as Pontchartrain. Which is what, literally? Point of the Chartrain. Yes, a tornado watch. It remains in effect till 5 a.m. Okay, we do have an update. Apparently, doesn't look like anything has changed. This is a tornado warning in St. Tammany Parish. They probably updated the polygon. Okay, and there it just went. So again, I'm seriously surprised they haven't done anything. Like, it looks, with this thing down here, it looks like it's pretty much out of the polygon. And there isn't even a severe thunderstorm warning in front of it. Let me click on the update for St. Tammany. We'll have it read it. Unfortunately, it still has a whole bunch of pauses that make it go on forever. I'll cancel it if we need to talk about something.
Ding ding. I have an update for the tornado warning in Louisiana. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. A tornado warning remains in effect until 11:30 p.m. CST for Central St. Tammany Parish. At 10:58 p.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Pearl River, or 10 miles north of Slidell, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar-indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be
Oh yeah, cancel that early. So again, that was a continuation 3 minutes ago of the tornado warning for St. Tammany Parish. Still a radar-indicated threat. In fact, it's all the way off this page. I think it's now.
Beep, beep, beep. There is one new tornado warning for Louisiana.
All right, I'm going to cancel that.
There is a radar-indicated tornado.
Wow, did the lower overlay actually just beat the top? That would be the first time that's happened today. I'm going to bring my laptop over here so I can see the minute this happens. Yeah, wow. That would be the first time I've noticed that happening, that the lower section. So they finally extended it. Okay, so for Jefferson, Orleans, Plaquemine, St. Bernard parishes in Louisiana, this is a continuation, physically somewhat, of the tornado before. It's a radar-indicated tornado threat. So, let's see. My unskilled analysis would be maybe this might be more of a concern. And again, this entire thing is the tornado warning. So if you're in it, take cover. Because at the very least, you've got like a big line of straight line winds. So it'd be good to be in cover for that just in case anyway. But let me go get the text of that. I'll go ahead and read it since I can read so much faster than the text to speech. Okay, so 2 minutes ago was when this is issued. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a tornado warning for northwestern St. Bernard Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Orleans Parish in southeastern Louisiana, north central Jefferson Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Plaquemines Parish, I think, in southeastern Louisiana, until 11:45 Central Time. That's what, 45 minutes from now? At 10:59 p.m., that is 3 minutes ago, severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located along a line extending from near Gretna to Estelle to Jean Lafitte, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So this is a bookend storm. It's very quick. 60 miles is really fast. Hazard tornado source radar indicated rotation. You know the impact of a tornado. You don't want it to hit you. These dangerous storms will be near Chalmette, Araby, Moreau, I think, or Marocs. Violet, Poydras around 11:10 p.m. Central New Orleans and East New Orleans around 11:15 CST. That is kind of... I guess I don't know where the borders are, because isn't it already kind of in New Orleans? But they're saying it's going to be there in about 12 minutes. So at the very least, there's going to be a lot of rain, some gusty winds. I am still really shocked. This would expire naturally in 11 minutes. I'm very surprised that they have not, like, pulled this one early. Is it definitely, based on looking at this stuff, it doesn't look like any of the stuff coming up behind it is going to end up in this tornado polygon. Let's see, up here, I'd actually say as of this latest radar scan, that might be the area of interest right there. And this is where I check, bring OBS back in focus. I can make sure that you guys are actually seeing what I'm seeing, because I've gotten into trouble with that every so often, where I change the scenes, forget to change the back. In fact, I was giving someone a personal forecast one day, like, well, that's great, thanks, but I can't see what you're doing. Like, oh no. Because basically, I have limited screen real estate. I can't always see the stream. This maybe could be a potential area of interest. Again, definitely rainy and windy. We'll take a look at the correlation coefficient, also known as the debris ball tracker, where I don't see anything definitive. What we'd be looking for is, like, let's say that this was a real good-looking couplet. Then we'd be looking for something definitive here. And it's kind of like just in noise right now. So me personally, and these are not observed as of right now. And of course, also I'm running off the problem of my radar's often behind by upwards of sometimes like 8 minutes. I'm doing great, thanks. My feet aren't doing great. Please donate to buying me a standing desk chair. I am seriously gonna look into them after this. Honestly, just like a painful bar stool would be fine, I've realized. Because it's just that, like, I need to get gravity off of my feet when I've been standing on my feet for like 2-3 hours. Well, or at one point it was even longer maybe. I seriously don't know how retail people, like cashiers and stuff, or are able to do that and stand up for that many hours in a row. I have mad respect. I have mad respect for people in retail in general, especially because, like, so many of us are terrible. I'm a terrible person. And no one should be yelled at their job. I am going to see if I can cut over, not here, I'm going to, on my own laptop, see what they're saying. Okay, and so I'll mute myself while I play this. Okay, looks like we did finally get... Oh. Okay, the other one expired, I'm guessing? Oh, no, I missed that. Okay, so if I've got this correct, it kind of... This thing expired 3 minutes ago. This thing up here and up north should be disappearing in a second. That one they actually canceled early. That was in effect for St. Tammany Parish. in Louisiana. And what I was hearing on the TV about this is that, like, and this was on wwltv.com, where he's saying, like, you're not really tracking one particular area. It's basically kind of this whole line. So we are down to what? This area up here, it's a severe thunderstorm with the tornado possible tag. And when I say up here, let me just draw it. So that severe thunderstorm warning technically has the tornado possible tag on it. So that means that NWS is seeing some weak rotation in parts of the storm, but nothing solid enough for them to issue an actual tornado warning. And then down here, of course, we've got the tornado warning radar indicated. I'm going to see if I can see if I can get a quick update from watching the TV.
Widespread power outages are expected. Travel will be difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. People should avoid being outside in forested areas and around trees and branches. If possible, remain in the lower levels of your home during the windstorm and avoid windows.
Okay, so got kind of an interesting situation. If you do happen to watch wwltv.com, they still have the tornado warning that's out here. Let me look this up real quick. So that would be, I believe, the Jefferson St. Charles Parish. They expired that 5 minutes ago, so I'm going to make a guess that WWLTV has a system where, I'll try to go into it in a second, but basically that it's going to hold on to that tornado warning for the next 5 minutes, which my system kind of does too in the sidebar. It doesn't hold on to it in Radar Omega like on the main map. But so this in some ways is something I also kind of disagree with the NWS on how they handle this. I have to assume that there is some kind of historical reason for this, but basically when a warning ends, it can end for 3 different reasons. It can end simply because the clock ran out. NWS never like officially said, hey, this threat is over. It's just that simply the clock ran out on it and it expired automatically. And then the other scenarios is actually basically the same thing. There's 2 different reasons that you'll see. Like they basically say like the threat has moved out of the area or the threat has diminished. But then whether it's a cancellation or an expiration depends completely upon how close to the natural expiration. So if this hypothetical warning were going to expire in 11 minutes and they say, the threat's diminished, it will go out as a cancellation. 2 minutes later, that same warning with those same exact reasons that, like the threat is diminished, it goes out as an expiration. And it's for the same reasons that basically, the threat is no longer a threat. But then, so you end up with the situation where, like, apparently WWLTV might be one of them, where will hold on to that warning until its actual natural, like, expiration, which would be in 3 minutes. The NWS Alerts API is also like that. I think the radar software that is $25 a month that I shall not name, they were actually like bragging about it in a YouTube video that, this thing shouldn't be canceled early. But to me, it's like, it should be canceled early. The threat no longer exists. Why are we still showing it on the map? That's confusing. Okay, so the tornado warning has been updated. It's going to drop Jefferson Parish, but continue Orleans, Plaquemines, St. Bernard parishes. It remains as a radar-indicated threat. I'm going to mute myself again, I think, and check in with the TV if I can gain any new insight.
A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms late this evening. Then showers with thunderstorms likely. For Wednesday, west winds around 20 knots. Gusts up to 30 knots in the morning. Waves 2 to 3 feet. For Wednesday night, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Waves around 2 feet. And for Thursday, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Waves around 2 feet in the morning.
So actually, there was something I didn't notice at the time. So on wwltv.com, they actually have like a little legend at the top. But here would be my complaint. In those tiny, it's okay, it came back. In those tiny little bars, it's honestly really difficult to distinguish between the three colors. It looks like it's maybe a red, a pink, and a darker pink, or maybe that's supposed to be a purple. But on my computer, with as tiny as those bars are, it makes it really, let's see, if I make it full screen, it's actually, so it does look like their colors are radar for tornado warning, pink maybe for confirmed. Actually, okay, now it's off the screen. I think they're showing the causeway. Can't tell anymore since it's muted. That is actually, whenever I stabilize my map thing, I need to get a map legend going to make it obvious. And again, radar omega, which is what map we're looking at right now in the main, does not make a distinction. It basically goes from tornado warning to tornado emergency. That's where you get a different polygon. But if it's observed, it's PDS. Doesn't matter. Doesn't get anything different about it. It will show in my overlay that, oh, this is like an observed tornado. This is PDS, because we've had a couple of PDS tornado warnings. We had a tornado emergency earlier in Texas. And that was a bit crazy. Because if I'm honest, like, I've been doing all this testing with data, like, and the thing will say, emergency, 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 tornado emergency. But to actually, like, hear it live was kind of terrifying, if that makes sense. And it was overpopulated area, so I'm looking at it, like, solely based on looking at how dense, like, the map was. It's like, it's obvious this thing is hitting overpopulated area. And it's a giant debris ball. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. So I honestly was a bit overwhelmed. And I guess that's where it was good that there was text-to-speech, because I was kind of left speechless. I know it's hard to believe if you hear me just rattling right now, but I was actually kind of speechless there for a second. Then I guess on some level, I thought I was desensitized because I've watched so much live coverage of stuff after the fact, but seeing it happen live, I'm realizing this is a very bad situation. And I have not had a chance to find out. I know that there was definitely damage, but I haven't heard if anybody was hurt. Hopefully not. And of course, we can hope. I don't know enough about debris ball analysis to be able to say, oh, that thing was huge, so it has to be this type of a tornado. Because I think, like, if you just maybe got a whole lot of lightweight debris, it might be able to maybe to create a giant debris ball out of something that's a relatively weak tornado. That's what I can hope for. So, catastrophic damage in part of Texas. Okay, that's not what I want to hear. I mean, I appreciate the update, but, like, you know what I mean. That's not the kind of thing you want to hear. And that was earlier today. In fact, if we zoom out, well, let me take that off too. You can see all these tornado markers. So this is outside of Houston. So there's some other tornado warnings before that. But like Deer Park, I think I did here. I watched something that I thought was funny on CNN because I was looking up briefly when I was on a bit of a break. Looking up, trying to find some information. So they have the reporter and a guy with a chainsaw who's literally got to be standing like 5 feet from her. She's broadcasting live. And he just starts up the chainsaw like it's nothing. And granted, I don't know the context. Maybe these reporters have been broadcasting nonstop. So it's like, hey, get out. We have some actual work to do. But it just seemed, it was just like, I can't think of the word, but just kind of hilariously. I really can't think of the word. It was obvious he wasn't paying attention. And you're welcome, Banjo. Banjo-Kazooie Girl. Just raining in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. It's been a while since we've had... Are we No, yeah, we are out of flash flood warnings because the current only flash flood warning is in Hawaii. And if you were here earlier, that was what broke the overlay. I did not realize the overlay was, well, I say the overlay, the top right was fine, which is why there's 2 sources right now of warnings. But the middle, the area that says that it's under construction, had broken because the Hawaiian flash flood warning was crashing the entire parser. This is the kind of quality software that I write, where one warning can take the entire process down, apparently. Now let's take a zoomed in look. So again, I personally, like, this is gonna be windy, most definitely. I personally don't see anything of like tornadic concern, but this is also the type of situation. Oh, also, my radar is 4 minutes behind, but you can have like really quick spin ups with this sort of thing where something spins up briefly. Maybe it's there on one radar scan, gone by the next. If we're playing Paranoid Parrot, I'll be like, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Curious about it. No, it's not like that there's something really super impressive over here. Like, I'm curious. So, and that on the left side was 3 minutes ago. So what's it gonna look like as of the next scan? Because a lot of times that's what I'm personally working off of, is what does it look from scan to scan. Again, this is why we get data from the National Weather Service. And they're quality people who actually have training and degrees and stuff and tend to know what they're talking about. I would zoom out, but it doesn't let me in drawing mode. Yet another annoying thing. One of these days I'm going to write down a laundry list of, like, if I built Radar Omega, here is all of the stuff that I would do. Okay, so as of this latest scan, basically there was like a little blip that I thought, well, that's kind of interesting, and now I would just say it's noise. But my biggest complaint probably with Radar Omega is just how long it changes, or how long it takes to change setups. So let's say you're looking at this tornado warning, and you want to, like, and it's an event where there's a whole bunch of stuff, and you want to look at the regional radar. It's so many clicks to get out, and there's another click where if I was doing a looped radar when I was zoomed into that, don't you think I'm gonna probably want that to be looped when I go to that view? And like everything just requires so much more clicking around that it needs to. I have to set up this dual pane thing every single time. It's just like all of the little tiny time wasters, especially if you're talking about in the middle of, like, this is the 13th hour for me. Now, granted, I have not been standing at my desk for 13 hours. I have had to take breaks. And I did actually have breakfast finally. That's like during 13 hours, you get really grumpy with all the tiny little time wasters. Because it basically gets in the way of my trying to communicate what's actually going on. But my biggest complaint today, okay, we do have an update on the tornado warning. It's going to stay as radar indicated. And it's apparently going to move out of the area of Plaquemines Parish. It will continue for Orleans and St. Bernard parishes. And again, it's staying as radar indicated. So its entire life, 22 minutes ago up till now, it's stayed as radar indicated. Oh, you can almost see the most recent expired observed tornado warning on the overlay. It's just barely off the screen. I'm gonna need sleep after this. Yes, I am, except that this thing is expected to go. This is another reason. So this thing, I am probably not gonna have that going overnight. Because honestly, when I leave it on, it means that even if I do sleep, I have to have my stream going so that I can say, oh my god, it's blasting nothing but static. In fact, a few hours ago, I decided to, I guess, unluckily decide to... I was watching the stream still, but I had it on mute, and that was apparently when, the Baton Rouge transmitter came back, but it was producing a bucket ton of noise. And so since I was on mute, I had no idea that was happening. So that was kind of mortifying. I was hoping it only happened for a couple minutes. Because it would be, if anybody's wearing headphones, it would have been kind of like unpleasant to your ears. It'd be unpleasant over laptop speakers too, but especially so on headphones. But I tend not to sleep. This is the other thing, is like knowing this was coming, that it was going to be pretty early in the morning. I slept basically like 4 hours. I don't say that to brag. I say that to say, sheesh. When I need sleep the most, I can't. Now, I'll be frank, tomorrow I have a class. It's not all day, but hopefully the tornado threat during my class won't be too much. Because I will not be able to talk. Teacher, hold on a minute. I need to make an update. 4 to 8 inches of snow. I have to be honest, it's the same thing for snow and rain for me, where it's like, yeah, like I could get out a ruler, but I don't have like the context of, like, is that a lot or no? Obviously, if they say like 6 feet of snow, oh yeah, that's a lot of snow. That'd be what, 6 times, that's 72? 72 inches of snow? In fact, let's see, the tornado warning, if things don't otherwise change, expires in 20 minutes. We could zoom out for a bit, look at like a snow forecast map. The answer is coffee. Coffee is lovely. I had decaf though. My system is not tolerating caffeine these days. And it was a language class. They say, what do you have for breakfast? Generalmente, yo bebo... Well, you wouldn't say yo, normally. Oh, there goes the laundry. Generalmente bebo café negro, or café sin azúcar, however you want to call it. But it's decaffeinado. I don't know what they say in Spanish. And the teacher, the sensei, maestra, is that what it is in Spanish? Was like, decaf? What's the point of that? Torture. That's what the point is. I'm going to step away for a second, check on the laundry. I've got a full basket of stuff that I'm sure has already got wrinkles. That's okay. My clothes will recover. I mean, it's kind of the odd situation I find myself in where there's absolutely, I'm sure, been some life-changing things tonight for some people, and here I am complaining about my laundry that's sitting in the basket. I'll be right back.
Winds for south at 9 knots. Sea temperature 56 degrees. Air temperature 63 degrees. Weeks Bay. Air temperature 66 degrees. Pensacola Bay. Southeast winds at 5 knots. Air temperature was 66 degrees. The report from the east end of Dauphin Island was not available. And Petty Boy Island. Southeast winds at 20 knots. Air temperature was 68 degrees. 70 miles south of Dauphin Island, winds for south at 21 knots. Air temperature was 74 degrees. Gulf water temperature 74 degrees. A special marine warning remains in effect until 12:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. for the following areas: Lake Borgne, Lake Pontchartrain, and Lake Maurepas, Mississippi Sound. At 11:25 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Eden Isle to 7 nautical miles southeast of Orleans Marina, moving east at 20 knots. Hazard: waterspouts and wind gusts to nearly 50 knots. Source: radar indicated. Impact: waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Waterspouts can become tornadoes if they move onshore. Keep abreast of the situation. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots and suddenly higher waves. Boats could sustain damage or capsize. Locations impacted include Lake Borgne, Petoskey, Eden Isle, and Ragulets. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time for southeastern Louisiana and the adjacent coastal waters. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southern Mississippi and the adjacent coastal waters. Move to safe harbor immediately as gusty winds and high waves are expected. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets.
So it looks like our most recent update on the tornado warning is still 8 minutes old. Radar indicated. And then the severe thunderstorm warning to the north as the tornado possible tag. Let's take a look. Huh. Just kind of, I think, some loose rotation in there. Fact. Turn on the correlation coefficient briefly. And I don't personally, like, definitely gonna be windy. But I don't personally see anything on this display that looks of concern to me. Of course, I am often like several minutes behind what's out there.
Gulf water temperature 74 degrees. Wave height 9 feet with a period of 8 seconds. 12 miles south of Orange Beach. Winds for southeast at 70 knots.
Let's see, we could be tornado warning free in 14 minutes or sooner. See, where is it moving to? In fact, again, this thing is actually kind of hard for me to tell where the land begins and ends. Well, I think it would be basically what? Out over the water. So even if it were a tornado, it would be water spouts. It would be under a special marine warning and not a tornado warning. Let's see, I restarted the stream already, so we're good for another 10 hours or so. Because this thing is going to go into the next night. Actually, as soon as we, knock on wood, as soon as we lose the tornado warning, I'm gonna run the future radar. Actually, I could, like, pivotalweather.com is one of the places. Actually, I'd want to try COD. I don't know if they call themselves COD, but it's College of DuPage. I saw somebody using COD's future radar, and I was curious what their interface was like. That'd probably be what? Weather analyst tools, analysis, I mean, the numerical models. Let's see, what do I want to answer? How long this thing might go, so I'll probably need the NAM, because that goes out further into the future. How do I make this go? There's a play button. Ah, it even lets you cursor. I don't think Pivotal Weather has that. Let's see, based on where I think the threat is tomorrow. Okay, let me do the math. It's valid 3 o'clock Zulu. That'd be Eastern time, 3 minus 5. That'd be 10 p.m. I think like maybe 10 p.m.-ish. This thing might finally be kind of winding down. That would certainly be lovely. So this thing that basically started 10 a.m. Central may go until 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And most recent update on the tornado warning was 12 minutes ago. I'm going to see, does the TV have anything? New storm, spring anxiety. I can't imagine why. Okay, they're showing damage somewhere. Let me see if I can find out where. Yes, please bring in your Mardi Gras and Yardi Gras lawn decorations. I'm not actually sure what they might have been showing damage from one of the many New Orleans tornadoes from before. I missed the beginning. One of the many, as in like the two big ones of recent memory. Well, and what? Like it followed the second one recently-ish, followed a similar path. This kind of looks like this line about to be outside the warning area. And then it will be covered under a special marine warning. I honestly probably really need to get a map that clearly shows where land is, where water is. Oh, okay. Canceled 1 minute ago. Let's play the audio for that. So again, we're apparently going to lose the tornado warning. That'll leave us with the severe thunderstorm warning that will expire in 9 minutes unless a new warning gets issued. This is going to be an update on the tornado warning that is no longer in effect.
Beep beep beep. I have an update for the tornado warning in. The tornado warning for northwestern St. Bernard and northeastern Orleans parishes is cancelled. The storm which prompted the warning has exited the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been cancelled. However, gusty winds are still possible with this line of thunderstorms. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. CST for southeastern Louisiana. Repeating. A tornado warning has been cancelled for the following counties. End of warning.
And again, I haven't programmed it yet to be able to handle the canceled counties. Same time in the overlay, you see the crossed out counties. That was a decision I made. It's like, hey, wait, I want the context. Because if I know, like, if someone's asking about, hey, like, I'm in Grant County, what's up with the Grant County warning? I can look, oh, okay, this warning that had been in effect, Grant got canceled out of it. Just picking a random county name. I don't think there's a Grant Parish. I'd have to look it up. It's not French sounding enough. It would have to be Grand Parish, and then we will call it Grande Parish. Actually, that's incorrect. The way that I pronounced it would be Grande, because it'd be ending in an E. If it were Grand, it would end in a D. I have no idea what I'm talking about. So, we are down to a severe thunderstorm warning. And I can't zoom because the drawing layer is still on. So Mobile is actually where the NOAA weather radio is, so still not really relevant. It's under a watch. We'll turn on this is the tornado outlook in general. So of course this back here is technically still in the outlook, but I'm pretty sure that threat is over. The outlook only, what is it, 5 updates a day? It's 12, 13, 16, 30, 20, and 0100. Yeah, 5 updates in a day. So yes. But the threat, oh right, I said that, hey, once we lost the tornado warning, I was going to look at future radar. Let's take a look at the NAM, which goes further out into the future. So let's see, this was, wow, 4 hours ago. So this is we'll look at the HRRR too instead. So the model, this one's only run every 6 hours, I think. So that's why it's so far behind. But so there it goes into tomorrow, where as of right now, oh, and in fact, any minute now we may get an update on tomorrow's threat. Let's take a look at the HRRR, which is hourly. Okay, and it's got all of the images from that run. So here's what the HRRR thinks is going to happen, which is another line. Of course, obviously also, winter's happening. Let's see, what is it? Purple is winter weather advisory, and this is winter storm warning. So any place that you see the pinks are a warning. The purple is an advisory, that being a lesser threat than a warning. Okay, go back. Ah, my feet are hurting. So because this goes into tomorrow, I think I am going to step away. I will absolutely be watching. And this time, I've learned my lesson. I won't have it on mute. I will have the audio up so that if something cuts out with the radio, I'll know immediately. So again, the radio is going to cover roughly this area. Oh, right. I did say I was going to check the Storm Prediction Center. But so if anything happens outside of that, but we are getting close enough that the weather radio may become relevant. Okay, they've updated day 2, but apparently not that'd be Wednesday, the Wednesday outlook. So they've updated Thursday's outlook apparently, but not Wednesday's. And if I remember right, okay, that's really confusing. Oh, okay. I've seen this. So, like, if you go to the Storm Prediction Center, I'll show in a second. Hey, do I have it? Yeah, right there. So you'll run into this every so often. Go to the Storm Prediction Center. There will be something like over in the sidebar. But you click on it, and that's not actually correct. And that's from like 11:28 a.m. Let me refresh, though, and make sure it's not just some stuck data. But yeah, so it's saying this was updated 26 minutes ago. You go to it, and it was updated 12 hours ago. Yeah, 11:28 Central. It's just one of those things. They have issues, it seems, with their sidebar falling out of sync with what's available on the site. So for instance, you'll see like a watch pop up in there that they don't actually have a web page for yet. In fact, it's like what, generally like the first 10-ish minutes or so of a brand new tornado or severe thunderstorm watch. The Storm Prediction Center won't have complete data on it quite yet. It will be in the sidebar. But like if you click on it, it'll 404. You just have to be trusting that yes, it will be there eventually. But anyway, long story short, it does not look like we have an update yet for tomorrow. But again, as of right now, as of right now, this is the outlook for Wednesday. This would begin, let's see, we'll be still, I think, probably on the border of the Central Time Zone. So it'd be what, 6 a.m. Central / 7 a.m. Eastern is when this outlook would begin. It's up to a slight risk and as high as a 5% tornado risk in these brown areas. That's tomorrow. So again, 6 a.m. / 7 a.m. Eastern is when we'd cut over to that outlook. That gives you, doesn't mean that things start right at the beginning of that window. That's just officially when it begins. Future snow totals. So what was it? Cleveland. Well, actually, okay. Oh, you won't be able to see my address bar, so you just have to trust me. This is weather.gov/CLE. So first 3 letters in this case of their thing. It might also be the airport code where it comes from. But here's a snowfall total map. So it looks like portions in the western. Here's the other confusing thing. So this is most likely the Cleveland, like their area of responsibility. So a lot of times it doesn't make any sense to someone who's not used to looking at them because it won't like overlap with like state borders or anything useful like that. But it looks like some areas could experience 6 to 8. Some out here with 4 to 6. And like 3 to 4 kind of tapering off. That'd be on weather.gov/CLE. Oh, Bowling Green? What, in Kentucky? You gonna make me have to write a bot so we can just have the bot go out and do that? By the way, there may be a winter stream. Let's see. Thursday. Probably when we're on the tail end of the event. There's not much more to report. Because until then, it's all about the tornadoes. Oh, Bowling Green, Ohio. I guess I just need like something that says, when specifying a town name. Wait, let me make sure. Is there a Bowling Green, Kentucky? Am I just making that up? Yes, there's a Bowling Green, Kentucky. That makes me feel better. And anytime like I Google town name, well, what was more hilarious though is twice tonight, I'm pretty sure on the map. Ooh, are we out of warnings? Out of the map. It was literally on the map like that you're seeing right now. And someone's saying like, what about such and such? So I'd Google the town name and it'd give me something in another state. So like, did you mean this one? No. Yeah, like then I'd go actually come back to the computer and look at it and be like, ah, dummy, it's right there on the map. All right, so we're down to no land severe thunderstorm related warnings. The flash flood warning is out in Hawaii, and then special marine warning is out in the water like they tend to be. And I honestly don't know where to go offhand to specifically say, oh, hey, I want to look up my specific town. Because I don't know enough about where Bowling Green is specifically. I don't think this has it. I will take a look real quick. Let's try the NAM. That would be my best guess. See if there's something winter related that's in here. Probably be so winter weather. So total snowfall. This might be relevant. I don't know what the 10 to 1 means. Ah, okay. Well, that's kind of pretty. Get the search box back. What did I just click on? Oh, I apparently... Well, you can't see what I clicked on since most of it's cropped. It does certainly like to zoom way in. Let's see if I click. Does it say anything? How do I inspect this? Now, this is just one particular model. And I am not skilled at all in looking at winter weather stuff. So this thing just could be smoking crack, basically. But it looks like it's saying 25 total inches. And that would be over quite a bunch of hours, but it does not give me any totals anywhere. What is that? That'd be like 2 feet plus? I suppose that's possible. Again, I don't forecast the snow stuff. But weather.gov/CLE has, they're probably actually human created maps. So they'd be taking into account that, hey man, the GFS likes to smoke crack a lot. All right, now you can't see it because it's off the screen, but now I can't figure out how to get rid of the inspect bar. Let's see if I double click it, I hit escape. Good grief. This is why I love Radar Omega. Because I legit cannot switch back. Let's see if we... Yeah, I legit can't. I love Radar Omega. We'll hide this. Nope, apparently hiding on the wrong thing. Are there other models? Sure. Am I familiar with them? No. What we're gonna do while I reboot Radar Omega, we're gonna stare at severeweatheroutlook.com because I legit can't get this thing working until it gives me the top left bar. Again, wonderful, wonderful quality software. It's like I built it or something. Okay, so now we have the bar back. Okay, go back to the regional view.
Beep beep beep.
Oh no.
There is one new special marine warning for. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a special marine warning for Breton Sound, Chandela Sound, coastal waters from Boothville, LA to southwest pass of the Mississippi River out 20 nm. Coastal waters from Stake Island, LA to southwest pass of the
it doesn't have it. Yep.
Mississippi River from 20 to 60 nm. Coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island.
The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a special marine warning for Breton Sound, Chandler Sound, coastal waters from Boothville to southwest pass of the Mississippi River out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Stake Island to southwest pass of the Mississippi River from 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, Louisiana out 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from the southwest pass of the Mississippi River to Port Fourchon, Louisiana out 20 nautical
be roughly
miles,
there.
Lake Borgne, Mississippi Sound until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time.
All right, there's that.
5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along the line.
Okay, and there's going to be even another one. So this is the brand new one, and it looks like we're about to get one in this area as well. So let's read the stats of both of them. We've got waterspout possible. So that's the type of situation. Actually, I'll have to look into that. So when the NWS says waterspout possible on a special marine warning, we're probably talking like the type of thing that would be a tornado over land, right? We're not talking about a fair weather waterspout. That would be my guess. We're talking about a severe thunderstorm type of threat. But 50 knots and greater winds, that'd be 58 miles per hour roughly. On the brand new one that I don't think has shown up yet, the second smaller blue circle, and then greater than 34 knots on that giant one, I think is 42-ish miles per hour. To give some context, on land, 60 miles per hour, roughly, and greater is what the severe threshold is. Do I think school could close? I would love to answer that for you. I have no idea. What I would be doing, we'd be trying to find... Oh, here's the other special marine warning. I'd be flipping a coin. So here's a fun little bit of paraphernalia. Paraphernalia? Trivia. I don't know how many of you have actually heard a modem, like an over-the-telephone line modem. But that actually has data encoded in it. You've ever wondered how if you have a weather radio, how it's able to pick up and know, oh, hey, my county is in a tornado warning. It's because that It kind of sounds like a deranged sheep when I do it. That it's actually encoding like the county and warning type information. Kind of a neat little nerdy thing. But so I'm probably going to step away soon. We do have the tornado watch in effect until what? 307 more minutes. I hope you're good at math. I am not. I see Meridian. I think of Meridian and Horizon Zero Dawn. I don't think that's helpful. But so let's see. We'll do a quick run through of what's in here. 50 miles, 40. See, this is where it'd be handy to be able to just hover and not have to do so many clicks. 40. 40. So technically, no severe thunderstorm type things in effect right now. It's just the special marine warnings. And speaking of special marine warnings, the one that's supposed to show up about here still has not shown up. And if Radar Omega is going to have a problem with a certain type of warning, it seems to be special marine warnings. What I can do is try changing it to NOAA, and NOAA every time has been fine. Yeah, so roughly where my blue circle was, but if I switch it back to Allison House, nothing. Well, let's see, if I open up my radar scope on my computer. Oh good, I do have it installed here. Because the last time when I did this on my phone, it seemed to be a problem with Allison House. Yeah, so you'll have to believe me since I can't show you the laptop screen. But the laptop doesn't have it either. Because like the radar scope stuff, if you click on something, like at the bottom of it, it says NWS warnings provided by AllisonHouse.com. So it seems to be an Allison House issue where for some reason, some of these special marine warnings get stuck. So I don't know, is the moral of the story, if you're an avid boater, have a backup source of weather radio, or have a backup source of weather warning information. Because it's still not there. Let's see, the last time it was doing this, it would take about 5 to 6 minutes. This thing is now 6 minutes old, so it should be popping up any minute now. That's my official guarantee. Oh, there it is. Like clockwork. On that note, so it did. It took that one 6 minutes. Luckily, to my knowledge, none of the tornado warnings nor severe thunderstorm warnings have had that ginormous of a delay. It's like if you were talking about like a confirmed tornado, 6 minutes could be the difference between you being dead and you being safe and sound in your shelter. But again, I've only seen that with the special marine warnings. But anyway, we're out of tornado warnings. The most recent one of any type was canceled 22 minutes ago. The most recent observed tornado warning was 6 hours ago. Most recent tornado emergency, 9 hours ago. So it's been a busy day. The only thing we're missing to make a trifecta is we need a flash flood emergency, and then we can just clear out everything that was on the overlay with stuff that happened today. Fantastic. I don't want that, by the way. I'm just being somewhat sarcastic. But this stream will be going, honestly, at least for the next 10 hours. Doesn't mean I'll be lucid for it, but we have the overlay, which did, I'll be frank, it broke earlier for a bit. The Hawaiian flash flood warning threw a spanner in the works. Broke things temporarily and totally went and fixed that. Otherwise, text-to-speech should pick up everything. The NOAA weather radio is out of Mobile, and this special marine warning actually was the first relevant thing, other than a tornado watch, that I think we've heard out of the Mobile thing. But as of right now, this entire area is for subsevere threats. of the stuff that's over land. These, I believe, are all water spout possible. Yes, they are. But they're out over the water. Hopefully they stay there. But hopefully it's quiet for the rest of the night. Or quiet-ish, I should say. There's definitely going to be rain. There's going to be winds. But technically, we are not out of the woods yet. There still exists this much of a 10% tornado threat. Let me double check real quick. Okay, it looks like the new outlook might be coming. I'll have to double check later with my new Outlook comparison tool. But it looks like tomorrow's Outlook... Well, in fact, I guess I should even turn this off because it's going to be confusing at a time or in a second. But so they have a 5% tornado chance for tomorrow. Don't quote me on this because I'm not staring at it directly, but I think it's like loosely here and here. That's kind of where the 5%, but like a 2% for a much larger area. That's tomorrow. That technically starts at 7 a.m. Eastern. Let's see. It is tomorrow, isn't it? So short. So in 7 hours or so, the new outlook technically begins. We've got a tornado watch going for the next 301 minutes. I am losing my voice and my throat hurts. So I am going off of mic. Hopefully it will be quiet, but I will, assuming I'm not passed out in the gutter. If we do get an observed tornado warning, I will be back so we can do some analysis. Of course, you can also go to severeweatheroutlook.com if you want to see if you're in the thing for tomorrow. Or tornadohq.com/live if you want to peruse the live tracker. Yeah, that's it for me for this moment.
Waves around 2 feet in the morning, then 1 foot or less. For Wednesday night, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Waves around 2 feet. And for Thursday, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. On South Mobile Bay. Gale warning in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Tornado Watch 29 in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Small craft advisory in effect from 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday through late Wednesday night. For rest of tonight, south winds 25 to 30 knots, becoming southwest late. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 2 to 4 feet. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms late this evening, then showers with thunderstorms likely. For Wednesday, west winds around 20 knots. Gusts up to 30 knots in the morning. Waves around 2 feet. For Wednesday night, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Waves around 2 feet. And for Thursday, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Waves around 2 feet in the morning, then 1 foot or less. On the Mississippi Sound. Gale warning in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Tornado Watch 29 in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Tornado Watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile, and the following counties in Mississippi, George and Jackson, and the following marine locations, North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, tornado watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile, and the following counties in Mississippi, George and Jackson, and the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. Here's your marine forecast. On the weather map, a strong to very strong onshore flow and building seas are expected ahead of a potent storm system set to move quickly across the area tonight into early Wednesday morning. Frequent gusts to storm force are expected over the open Gulf waters tonight, with gale conditions across area bays and sounds. Winds will turn westerly and relax to small craft advisory criteria for Wednesday. On North Mobile Bay, gale warning in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Tornado watch 29 in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Small craft advisory in effect from 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday through late Wednesday night. For rest of tonight, south winds 25 to 30 knots, becoming southwest late. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 2 to 4 feet. A chance of thunderstorms late this evening. Showers. Thunderstorms likely. For Wednesday, west winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Waves around 2 feet in the morning, then 1 foot or less. For Wednesday night, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Waves around 2 feet. And for Thursday, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. On South Mobile Bay, gale warning in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Tornado watch 29 in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Small craft advisory in effect from 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday through late Wednesday night. For rest of tonight, south winds 25 to 30 knots, becoming southwest late. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 2 to 4 feet. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms late this evening, then showers with thunderstorms likely. For Wednesday, west winds around 20 knots. Gusts up to 30 knots in the morning. Waves around 2 feet. For Wednesday night, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Waves around 2 feet. And for Thursday, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Waves around 2 feet in the morning, then 1 foot or less. On the Mississippi Sound, gale warning in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Tornado watch 29 in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Small craft advisory in effect from 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday through late Wednesday night. For rest of tonight, southeast winds 25 to 30 knots, becoming west late. Gusts up to 40 knots. Waves 2 to 4 feet. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms late this evening, then showers with thunderstorms likely. For Wednesday, west winds around 20 knots. Gusts up to 30 knots in the morning. Waves 2 to 3 feet. For Wednesday night, northwest winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Waves around 2 feet. And for Thursday, northwest winds 10 to 15 knots. Waves around 2 feet in the morning, then 1 foot or less. On the Perdido Bay Area.
Beep beep beep. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Mississippi. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Harrison County in southern Mississippi, southeastern Hancock County in southern Mississippi, southwestern Jackson County in southern Mississippi, until 12:45 a.m. CST. At 12:06 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm was located over Diamond Head, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Gulfport, Biloxi, Ocean Springs, Long Beach, Bay St. Louis, Waveland, St. Martin, Diamond Head, D'Iberville, Latimer, Kill, Lyman, Shoreline Park, Gulf Hills, Gulf Park Estates and Gulfport. Airport. This includes the following interstates. Interstate 10 in Mississippi between mile markers 13 and 54. Interstate 110 in Mississippi between mile markers 1 and 4. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for southern Mississippi. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for southern Mississippi. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Mississippi, Hancock, Harrison, and Jackson. End of warning.
What? Minor flooding is occurring and minor flooding is forecast. Where? Chickasahaya leaks so. When? Until further notice. Impacts. At 22.0 feet, flooding of lowlands continues and some roads in low-lying areas become cut off by high water. Additional details. At 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday, the stage was 21.3 feet. Recent activity. The maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday was 21.3 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest at 23.0 feet Sunday morning. Flood stage is 20.0 feet. What? Minor flooding is forecast. Where? Leaf near McLean. When? Until further notice. Impacts. At 18.0 feet, considerable flooding of agricultural and lowlands near the river. Additional details. At 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday, the stage was 17.3 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise above flood stage early tomorrow afternoon and continue rising to a crest at 20.0 feet early Saturday afternoon. Flood stage is 18.0 feet. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 12:10 a.m. Central Standard Time. The following weather reports were made at midnight. Mobile Regional Airport, skies were cloudy. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point was 65, and the relative humidity was 86%. The wind was south at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 29. The pressure was 29.75 inches and falling. Downtown Mobile, at Brookley Field, skies were cloudy. The temperature was 64 degrees, the dew point was 61, and the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was southeast at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 33. The pressure was 29.76 inches and falling. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A high wind warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas: in Alabama, Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Baldwin Inland, Mobile Central, Mobile Coastal and Mobile Inland, and in Mississippi, George, a gale warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time for Harrison and southwestern Jackson counties. At 12:11 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Diamond Head, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Gulfport, Biloxi, Ocean Springs, Long Beach, St. Martin, D'Iberville, Latimer, Gulf Hills, Lyman, Gulf Park Estates, and Gulfport Airport. This includes the following interstates: Interstate 10 in Mississippi between mile markers 19 and 54. Interstate 110 in Mississippi between mile markers 1 and 4. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southern Mississippi. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following county: Jackson, Mississippi. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 12:12 a.m. Central Standard Time. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time for Harrison and southwestern Jackson counties. At 12:11 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Diamond Head, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Gulfport, Biloxi, Ocean Springs, Long Beach, St. Martin, D'Iberville, Latimer, Gulf Hills, Lyman, Gulf Park Estates, and Gulfport Airport. This includes the following interstates: Interstate 10 in Mississippi between mile markers 19 and 54. Interstate 110 in Mississippi between mile markers 1 and 4. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southern Mississippi. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following county: Jackson, Mississippi. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station KEC 61 from Mobile, Alabama. We broadcast on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, until 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:50 p.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located 10 nautical miles southwest of Farewell Buoy, moving north at 45 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts in excess of 50 knots. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Boats could suffer significant structural damage in high winds. Small craft could capsize in subtly higher waves. Locations impacted include Gator Island, Sand Island Lighthouse, Bon Secours Bay, Farewell Buoy, Middle Bay Light, Mississippi Sound east of Pascagoula, Point Clear, Weeks Bay, Central Dauphin Island, and Dauphin Island Bridge. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southwestern Alabama and the adjacent coastal waters. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. What? Minor flooding is occurring and minor flooding is forecast. Where? Chickasahaya Lake so. When? Until further notice. Impacts. At 22.0 feet, flooding of lowlands continues and some roads in low-lying areas become cut off by high water. Additional details. At 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday, the stage was 21.3 feet. Recent activity. The maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday was 21.3 feet. Forecast. The river is expected to rise to a crest at 23.0 feet Sunday morning. Flood stage is 20.0 feet. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a special marine warning for Breton Sound, Chandler Sound, coastal waters from Boothville Law to southwest pass of the Mississippi River out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Stake Island Law to southwest pass of the Mississippi River from 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, Louisiana out 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from the southwest pass of the Mississippi River to Port Fort Con, Louisiana out 20 nautical miles, Lake Borgne, Mississippi Mississippi Sound, until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from 7 nautical miles northeast of Rygalets to near Eklosky, moving east at 50 knots. Hazard, waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and small hail. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots and suddenly higher waves. Boats could sustain damage or capsize. Locations impacted include Cat Island, Mississippi Sound, Pascagoula, Horn Island, Pass Christian, Ship Island, Town, Chandler Sound and Breton Sound. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time for southeastern Louisiana and the adjacent coastal waters. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southern Mississippi and the adjacent coastal waters. Boaters should seek safe harbor immediately until these storms pass. Wind gusts 34 knots or greater, small hail, high waves, dangerous lightning, and heavy rain are possible with these storms. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately. These conditions are associated with the front moving eastward into the Mississippi Sound as well as thunderstorms ahead of the front. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. What? Minor flooding is forecast. Where? Leaf near McLean. When? Until further notice. Impacts: at 18.0 feet, considerable flooding of agricultural and lowlands near the river. Additional details: at 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday the stage was 17.3 feet. Forecast: the river is expected to rise above flood stage early tomorrow afternoon and continue rising to crest at 20.0 feet early Saturday afternoon. Flood stage is 18.0 feet. This is a special weather statement for the following areas in Mississippi: George, Greene, Terry, Stone and Wayne, and the following areas in Alabama, Clark and Washington. Strong thunderstorms will impact portions of Choctaw, western Washington, northwestern Clark, George, southeastern Perry, eastern Wayne, Greene and eastern Stone counties through 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:50 p.m. Central Standard Time, National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated strong thunderstorms along a line extending from 6 miles southeast of Snell to 12 miles east of McHenry. Movement was northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard: wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Source: radar indicated. Impact: gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Locations impacted include Waynesboro, Lucedale, Butler, Leakesville, Clara, Lisman, Mulry, McLean, State Line, Buckatona, Silas, Fruitvale, Pennington, Gilbertown, and Coxie. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. These storms may intensify, so be certain to monitor local radio stations and available television stations for additional information and possible warnings from the National Weather Service. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southwestern Alabama and southeastern Mississippi. The following weather reports were made at midnight. Mobile Regional Airport, skies were cloudy. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point was 65, and the relative humidity was 86%. The wind was south at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 29. The pressure was 29.75 inches and falling. Downtown Mobile, at Berkeley Field, skies were cloudy. The temperature was 64 degrees, the dew point was 61, and the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was southeast at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 33. The pressure was 29.76 inches and falling. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A high remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Baldwin Inland, Mobile Central, Mobile Coastal and Mobile Inland, and in Mississippi, George, a gale warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and Perdido Bay Area. A storm warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula.
Ding ding. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama and Mississippi. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Central Washington County in southwestern Alabama, southeastern Greene County in southeastern Mississippi, until 1 a.m. CST. At 12:22 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm was located near Leakesville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard: 60 mph wind gusts. Source: radar indicated. Impact: expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Chatham, Leakesville, Wagaville, Deer Park, Tibby, and Fruitdale. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for southwestern Alabama and southeastern Mississippi. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for southwestern Alabama and southeastern Mississippi. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties: in Alabama, Washington; in Mississippi, Greene. End of warning.
Coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles, North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay Area, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles. A coastal flood advisory remains in effect until 9 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. A coastal flood advisory remains in effect until 9 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Central and Mobile Central. A rip current risk remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Thursday for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 12:25 a.m. Central Standard Time. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time for Harrison and southwestern Jackson counties. At 12:11 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Diamondhead, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard: 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source: a high wind warning is in effect for the following area in Mississippi, Jackson. High wind warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time early this morning. What? South winds 30 to 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 55 miles per hour expected. Where? Portions of southeast Louisiana and southeast and southern Mississippi. When? From noon today to 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. Impacts: damaging winds will blow down trees and power lines. Widespread power outages are expected. Travel will be difficult, especially for high-profile vehicles. People should avoid being outside in forested areas around trees and branches. If possible, remain in the lower levels of your home during the windstorm and avoid windows. Use caution if you must drive. Tornado watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile, and the following counties in Mississippi, George and Jackson, and the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, Tornado Watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile, and the following counties in Mississippi, George and Jackson, and the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time for Harrison and southwestern Jackson counties. At 12:11 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Diamond Head, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard: 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Gulfport, Biloxi, Ocean Springs, Long Beach, St. Martin, D'Iberville, Latimer, Gulf Hills, Lyman, Gulf Park Estates and Gulfport Airport. This includes the following interstates: Interstate 10 in Mississippi between mile markers 19 and 54. Interstate 110 in Mississippi between mile markers 1 and 4. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southern Mississippi. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following county: Jackson, Mississippi. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a special marine warning for Breton Sound, Chandler Sound, coastal waters from Boothville Law to southwest pass of the Mississippi River out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Stake Island Law to southwest pass of the Mississippi River from 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, Louisiana out 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from the southwest pass of the Mississippi River to Port Fourcon, Louisiana out 20 nautical miles, Lake Borgne, Mississippi Sound, until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from 7 nautical miles northeast of Rygalitz to near Eklowski, moving east at 50 knots. Hazard: waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and small hail. Source: radar. Impact: waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots and suddenly higher waves. Boats could sustain damage or capsize. Locations impacted include Cat Island, Mississippi Sound, Pascagoula, Horn Island, Pass Christian, Ship Island, Pilottown, Chandler Sound and Breton Sound. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time for southeastern Louisiana and adjacent coastal waters. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southern Mississippi and adjacent coastal waters. Boaters should seek safe harbor immediately until these storms pass. Wind gusts 34 knots or greater, small hail, high waves, dangerous lightning, and heavy rain
Ding
are
ding.
possible with these storms.
There is one new special marine warning for the National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula MS out 20 nm, Mississippi Sound, North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, until 2 a.m. CST. At 12:31 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located over Point Clear, moving northeast at 45 knots. Hazard: waterspouts and wind gusts in excess of 50 knots. Source: radar. Impact: waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Boats could suffer significant structural damage in high winds. Small craft could capsize in suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Gaylord Island, East Fowl River Bridge, Sand Island Lighthouse, Bon Secours Bay, Farewell Buoy, Middle Bay Light, Mississippi Sound, east of Pascagoula, Battleship Park, Dog River Bridge and Central Dauphin Island. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for southwestern Alabama and the adjacent coastal waters. Repeating. A special marine warning has been issued for the following counties. End of warning.
South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a special marine warning for Breton Sound, Chandler Sound, coastal waters from Boothville Law to southwest pass of the Mississippi River out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Stake Island Law to southwest pass of the Mississippi River from 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, Louisiana out 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from the southwest pass of the Mississippi River to Port Fourcon, Louisiana out 20 nautical miles, Lake Borgne, Mississippi Sound, until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from 7 nautical miles northeast of Rygalets to near Eklosky, moving east at 50 knots. Hazard: waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and small hail. Source: radar. Impact: waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots and suddenly higher waves. Boats could sustain damage or capsize. Locations impacted include Cat Island, Mississippi Sound, Pascagoula, Horn Island, Pass Christian, Ship Island, Pilatown, Chandler Sound and Breton Sound. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time for southeastern Louisiana and the adjacent coastal waters. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southern Mississippi and the adjacent coastal waters. Boaters should seek safe harbor immediately until these storms pass. Wind gusts 34 knots or greater, small hail, high waves, dangerous lightning, and heavy rain are possible with these storms. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately. These conditions are associated with the front moving eastward into the Mississippi Sound as well as thunderstorms ahead of the front. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. What? Minor flooding is occurring and minor flooding is forecast. Where? Chickasahaya Lake so. When? Until further notice. Impacts: at 22.0 feet, flooding of lowlands continues and some roads in low-lying areas become cut off by high water. Additional details: at 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday the stage was 21.3 feet. Recent activity: the severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Harrison and southwestern Jackson counties will expire at 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer poses an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, gusty winds are still possible with this thunderstorm. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southern Mississippi. Repeating, the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire for the following county: Jackson, Mississippi. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 12:31 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located over Point Clear, moving northeast at 45 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts in excess of 50 knots. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Boats could suffer significant structural damage in high winds. Small craft could capsize in suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Gator Island, East Fowl River Bridge, Sand Island Lighthouse, Bon Sucre Bay, Farewell Buoy, Middle Bay Light, Mississippi Sound east of Pascagoula, Battleship Park, Dog River Bridge, and Central Dauphin Island. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southwestern Alabama and the adjacent coastal waters. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in New Orleans has issued a special marine warning for Breton Sound, Chandler Sound, coastal waters from Boothville Law to southwest pass of the Mississippi River, out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Stake Island Law to southwest pass of the Mississippi River from 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, Louisiana, out 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from the southwest pass of the Mississippi River to Port Fourcon, Louisiana, out 20 nautical miles, Lake Borgne, Mississippi Sound, until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from 7 nautical miles northeast of Rygalitz to near Eklosky, moving east at 50 knots. Hazard, waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and small hail. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots and suddenly higher waves. Boats could sustain damage or capsize. Locations impacted include Cat Island, Mississippi Sound, Pascagoula, Horn Island, Pass Christian, Ship Island, Philatown, Chandler Sound, and Breton Sound. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1 a.m. Central Standard Time for southeastern Louisiana and the adjacent coastal waters. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southern Mississippi and the adjacent coastal waters. Boaters should seek safe harbor immediately until these storms pass. Wind gusts 34 knots or greater, small hail, high waves, dangerous lightning, and heavy rain are possible with these storms. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately. These conditions are associated with the front moving eastward into the Mississippi Sound as well as thunderstorms ahead of the front. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, out 20 nautical miles. The following weather reports were made at midnight. Mobile Regional Airport, skies were cloudy. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point was 65, and the relative humidity was 86%. The wind was south at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 29. The pressure was 29.75 inches and falling. Downtown Mobile, at Brookley Field, skies were cloudy. The temperature was 64 degrees, the dew point was 61, and the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was southeast at 20 miles an hour, gusting to 33. The pressure was 29.76 inches and falling. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A high wind warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Baldwin Inland, Mobile Central, Mobile Coastal, and Mobile Inland. And in Mississippi, George, a gale warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and Perdido Bay Area. A storm warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. A high surf warning remains in effect until noon Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. A storm warning remains in effect until 3 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, out 20 nautical miles. A special marine warning has been issued until 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, out 20 nautical miles. A high wind warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following area in Mississippi: Jackson. A special marine warning has been issued until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Tornado watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties in Alabama: Baldwin and Mobile, and the following counties in Mississippi: George and Jackson, and the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, out 20 nautical miles, North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay Area, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. A coastal flood advisory remains in effect until 9 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. A coastal flood advisory remains in effect until 9 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama.
There is one new tornado warning for Alabama. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a tornado warning for northern Mobile County in southwestern Alabama, northwestern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, until 1:30 a.m. CST. At 12:45 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing
and there comes the tornado warning.
Was located over Sem.
Mobile has issued a tornado warning for northern Mobile County in southwestern Alabama, northwestern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, until 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Sems, or 12 miles northwest of Midtown Mobile, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source:
there it is.
Radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Chanchula around 12:55 a.m. Central Standard Time. Satsuma and Creala around 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Axis around 1:05 a.m. Central Standard Time. Movico around 1:10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Mount Vernon around 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties in Alabama: Baldwin and Mobile.
There's a brand new radar indicated tornado warning.
The following weather reports were made at midnight.
I don't remember what they call that, but it's like kind of developing that little donut shape. I don't remember what it's supposed to be indicative of. Probably here is going to be the area of concern, I'm guessing. This thing is actually pretty close to the radar site. So again, that is a brand new tornado warning radar indicated for Baldwin and Mobile counties. I say in Alabama, it's in Alabama. It's not a parish. I've been saying parish a whole lot tonight. Thank you, Louisiana. You've been very popular. And this is our first tornado warning in about an hour. Apparently, we were tornado warning free for a very blissful time. But now we've got another one.
Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Baldwin Inland, Mobile Central, Mobile Coastal, and Mobile Inland, and in Mississippi. George, a gale warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Yeah, I'll have to look up what the donut thing is supposed to be about, because that's very... And granted, maybe that's also because here's the radar site. So maybe certain things are getting kind of wonky because of how close it is. Just got a donut. Making me hungry. Anyway, this is a Baldwin and Mobile counties in Alabama. Radar indicated tornado threats issued 4 minutes ago. Oh wow, I guess my view of my own stream is very behind. There's not even a tornado warning on the screen. There we go. Now it's up to real time. And then, of course, elsewhere, we've got the severe thunderstorm warning in effect that has the tornado possible tag. Nothing too terribly impressive to my eyes on that north one. Again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning, but with the tornado possible tag. Yeah, just, it keeps having that donut. Like that area of much lesser precipitation or reflectivity, I should say. Hey, kitty.
Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles.
Dear Google, what does donut mean?
AM Central Standard Time for the following counties in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile. Tornado watch number 29.
I can't type tornado.
5 AM Central Standard Time for the following.
And dear Google, why do you need to access my location when I'm searching for something that's not radar-based? Ah, bounded weak echo region. A B-word? I don't know if they pronounce it that way. Do I remember what a bounded weak echo region is? No, I just remember the acronym. That's apparently what can cause a donut. Let's be nerdy. We're going to read something off of a random.edu page. The weak echo region is a very common feature of any severe thunderstorm in a vertically sheared environment. Sheared being like you've got winds. And I realized the other day, I don't actually super know what shear is. It's one of those things that, like, wait a second, I thought I knew what it was until I tried to explain it. But supercells often contain very intense updrafts, so that'd be winds traveling upward, to prevent any large hydrometeors. That'd be things like rain and hail, I believe, are all... Oh, snow also, I believe, is a hydrometeor. Hydro being water. Meteor being meteors. So what's the difference between a meteor and a meteorite? I do not remember. We have got a brand new tornado warning incoming. It can be for Mobile, Alabama, so not too far. Wait. Oh, so this has actually come up on this.
There is one new tornado warning for Alabama.
We'll switch over to
There
the
is a
NOAA
radar
weather
indicated tornado threat with this storm.
in a second.
The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a
Mobile
tornado warning for southwestern Mobile County in southwestern Alabama until 1:30 a.m. CST. At 12:51 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles southwest of Coden.
The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Mobile County in southwestern Alabama.
All right,
until
there's the new one.
1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 12:51 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles southwest of Kodam, or 10 miles southwest of Bayou La Battery, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Kodam around 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Bayou La Battery around 1:05 a.m. Central Standard Time. Tillman's Corner and Theodore around 1:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. I-10 and I-65 around 1:20 a.m. Central Standard Time. Midtown Mobile around 1:25 a.m. Central Standard Time. Downtown Mobile, Pritchard and I-65 and I-165 around 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama.
Yeah, speaking of the following county, I can't actually remember if my text-to-speech appropriately takes into account if it's one county or not. But so we now have Mobile is under 2 different tornado warnings. Mobile, Alabama, the county, to be specific. And one of them is also in effect for Baldwin. Both of those are radar-indicated tornado threats. And let's see, I was drawing something while I was reading that out. Let's see, how long ago was that? 3 minutes ago. But the area that I'm kind of interested in, now technically this might actually be over the water. I really lose track of where the shoreline begins on this map. But so that might be why the tornado warning starts where it does. But that actually kind of looks like, to me, the most compelling part of that storm. And then do we still have the donut up here? We do. We have apparently a weak echo region. Because echoes on the radar, and it's weak. It's like green when everything around it is red. So I guess that's where... I don't know what the bounded is, though. Panel B shows a very distinct bounded weak echo region. Where's panel B? Which one is this? Yeah, that is. That's a donut. So again, 2 tornado warnings, both radar indicated threats. Okay, now, to me, the potential area of interest is kind of moving into the actual polygon. Again, it may well be moving from offshore. That might be why it was kind of outside. In fact, I'm gonna run on over to Tornado HQ. Yeah, okay, let me... So, I was not out of my mind. That actually was the area of interest. So this is tornadohq.com/live, where I have it where it's parsing like the actual beginning location of the storm. So this thing, its area of interest did technically start outside. And on this map, you can definitely tell. Like, so there's where the coastline is. So technically the tornado warning is apparently a little bit outside of where the actual land is. But yeah, so that area that I was highlighting was apparently the area of interest at the time that the tornado warning was issued. This thing looks like it's kind of splitting up on the top, the northern one. So this is... So again, I guess this thing has not actually moved on shore. It looks... It's very hard for me to follow. And of course now it's going to be even worse because I'm drawing blue on top of something that's already blue. It looks like this is kind of the shoreline. It's really hard for me to follow. I'd have to look up. Like, apparently they can issue tornado warnings out over water. And I think somewhat vice versa, that special marine warnings can kind of start over land. But I'll be very curious what this thing ends up looking like. It almost kind of has like a little notch going on that you might see on reflectivity on a more traditional system. But again, personally, the thing to the north, I'm not too impressed with. We don't have any updates on either of these, though. The one to the north having been issued 13 minutes ago. This one on the south issued 7 minutes ago. And if you ever wondered, the most likely reason why this looks so bizarre is probably because there's a county boundary. In fact, more than just that, I would guess that there's both a county boundary and that this may be a different NWS office. Let's see if I can prove this true or false real quick. So, Mobile, Alabama issued that. Who issued this? Mobile. Okay. I'm wrong about that. But I'm still going to guess that there's probably a county boundary there. You're smack dab in the middle of this Hairland warning. Well, actually, confusingly enough, Saraland looks like you're kind of wedged between two different tornado warnings. If that is where Saraland proper is. It's still no updates on either of these. So me personally, I'm going to guess that the area of interest on the northern part of the storm, just based on having looked at it before, I think this is where the area of interest is on that one. Let's see. On this one, roughly about here, looks like it would be about to be moving on shore. Let's see, how old is that? 2 minutes ago. Let's take a zoomed in look. Bayou Le Batre. Batre? I mean, why is that only one T? Shouldn't it be two? Batre. Listen to me, butcher French and Spanish all night long. I also am very good at butchering Japanese. That makes it sound like I'm talking about butchering the people. I'm talking about the languages, to be clear. So Tatsumaki is probably not pronounced that way, but that's the Japanese word for tornado. I'm going to guess this is the area of interest. It's a very interesting looking thing on reflectivity. And if you're anywhere in the polygon, you're taking shelter. And I'm guessing the northern area of interest is roughly here. I'll hang out. We'll see if we can get an update. So still the most recent information, official information from the NWS is for 10 minutes and 16 minutes ago, respectively, depending on the warning what we're talking about. Change it over to correlation coefficient. If there's anything interesting showing up there, not to my eyes. The winds sound awful. That doesn't sound fun. There's definitely probably going to be some winds with this one. Yeah, let me okay, let me look at this real quick. See, if this were earlier in the day, when it correlated to a ginormous velocity couple, it'd be like, oh my god, there's a tornado. But I think that's just noise. Well, or not necessarily noise. It could be just something that's caused by something that's not a tornado. I honestly need to look more into correlation coefficient. And Cats, what are you doing? And what all you can pick up on it. Meaning that I personally don't have something where I'd feel comfortable saying, oh yeah, that's definitely where the area of interest is on this one at the moment. Neither of them to me are really telling me anything. Again, not a meteorologist, not even a weather analyst. I'm chief idiot. I can put that on a business card, right? It's my website. I'm calling myself chief idiot. The website being tornadohq.com, not this channel. That's a separate thing.
Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Thunderstorms can produce sudden water spouts. Water spouts can easily overturn boats and create...
And still no update on either of these. See, is there live TV for Mobile? Did that for New Orleans earlier. I'm not sure where the TV market boundaries are.
Standard time Wednesday for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island.
All right.
Nautical miles.
Somebody is on the TV on fox10tv.com. Let me see if this sounds relevant. Well, I'm going to mute myself.
Mobile Central, Mobile Coastal, Mobile Inland, Washington and Wilcox, and the following areas in Mississippi: George and Green. Strong thunderstorms will impact portions of south central Choctaw, Mobile, northwestern Baldwin, Washington, Clark, southwestern Wilcox, eastern George and southeastern Greene counties through 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 12:38 a.m. Central Standard Time, National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated strong thunderstorms along the line extending from near Putnam to Gulf Park Estates. Movement was northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Source, radar indicated. Impact, gusty winds could knock down trillions and blow around unsecured objects. Locations impacted include Midtown Mobile, Richard, Tillman's Corner, Saraland, Theodore, Chickasaw, Satuma, Jackson, Thomasville, Graham Bay, Citronelle, Bayou La Battery, Creola, Groveville, Chatham, Chunchula, Lagerville, St. Stephen's, Leroy, and Gulf Coast. If outdoors,
So on fox10tv.com, yeah, fox10tv.com, they're circling some stuff that is nowhere near as impressive on my radar. My radar, of course, let's see, about 3 minutes behind. Theirs might be a lag of only 1 minute. But so if you're in this area, if you definitely have access to the TV stations, that would be a helpful resource. But to my eyes, I don't see anything definitive in the debris ball. What we'd call the debris ball tracker. I'm going to mute myself again, listen to what they're saying.
Hazard, wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Source, radar indicated. Impact, gusty winds could knock down trillions and blow around unsecured objects. Locations impacted include Gulfport, Biloxi, Ocean Springs, Moss Point, St. Martin, Escatawpa, Gaucher, D'Iberville, Wade, Latimer. A tornado warning remains in effect until 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time for central Mobile County. At 1:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles north of Bayou La Battery.
All right, we got. It doesn't look like there's going to be anything that changes other than the polygon. But there isn't. Oh, in fact, that might be what's getting read right now. But go ahead and start this over. So this was actually they've now both had an update. Both of them. So Mobile is in 2 different warnings. And then Baldwin and Mobile is the other one. So going to play the one that's just in effect for Mobile first.
I have an update for the tornado warning in Alabama. There is a radar indicated tornado threat with this storm.
Actually, this thing takes too long to read. Let me just go pull it up instead. Okay, so we're going to read the one that's just for Mobile. Tornado warning remains in effect until 1:30 a.m. Central for central Mobile County at 1:05 a.m. That would be 2 minutes ago. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 4 miles north of Bayou La Battre. Bayou La Battre, I'm sorry. Moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, so that is a fast-moving sucker. Is that appropriate? Is to say sucker? Anyway, Hazard tornado source, radar indicated rotation. This dangerous storm will be near Theodore around 1:10 a.m., Tillman's Corner around 1:15, Midtown Mobile and I-10 and I-65 around 1:20 a.m., downtown Mobile and Pritchard around 1:25 a.m., Chickasaw around 1:30 a.m. Central. Again, that was the one that's in effect for Mobile only. And now here's the update on the one that's in effect for Baldwin and Mobile. Let me cough first. The tornado warning remains in effect until 1:30 a.m. Central for northeastern Mobile and northwestern Baldwin counties. At 1:05 a.m., this would be 3 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles west of Movico, or 6 miles east of Citronelle, moving northeast at 60 miles, so another very fast-moving storm. Hazard tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. This dangerous storm will be near Mount Vernon around 1:10 a.m. Central. So again, both of those are radar indicated tornado threats. And in fact, I don't even know what to pick out as a point of interest personally in the north one. Because it's definitely no sort of traditional looking storm. The south one though, and I guess this would be your point of interest. And again, my radar scan on the right, wow, 5 minutes old. So this is why I've been complaining all night. The thing on the left side, however, is only 1 minute behind. See if I can get radar scope. Because I'm curious every time that I see that, hey, that's way far behind. Curious how recent its radar is. So let's see, it has a scan from 108, whereas my thing on the right side is from 4 after. So radar scope definitely beating out radar Omega right now. And again, you can't see radar scope because it's on a completely different computer that I don't have wired up to stream. Maybe someday we'll get a capture card or something. But then I'd have to log out of everything so you don't get like a text from a family member to me saying, hey, where'd you put the thingy? That's how my family members talk in my head, apparently, when I make fun of them. But again, my radar scan on the right side is... Okay, did it finally update? Yeah, it did. Let's see, so it's now up to 2 minutes old, whereas radar scope is also 2 minutes old. Yeah, it's so weird. I mean, I'm assuming, since these are both supposed to be the radar out of Mobile, and they're supposed to be the raw radar data, but it's... So I'm going to guess that it's just the different color schemes used by the two, but it's kind of strange to my eyes how different these two pieces of software. And again, you can only see radar Omega. You can't see my laptop that has radar scope on it. You just have to trust me that they look different, even though it's theoretically the same raw data. Okay, radar scope is updated to 10 after. We're still looking at the 2 minute or the 3 minute old now. So I'm guessing, looks like there's Theodore. Possibly. I mean, it looks, to my eyes again, looks kind of more broad scale rotation. So hopefully not a tornado threat at this very second. The latest info is from 6 and 7 minutes ago on these two different tornado warnings. But they have been radar indicated. In fact, the most recent observed tornado warning is 7 hours ago. It was for Allen and Beauregard parishes in Louisiana. That was the last time we officially had an observed tornado. Well, that's kind of interesting on radar scope. Yeah, you can see this. It's probably, maybe there's a building or something that's interfering, but this pixel is basically stuck in all of the scans. Kind of interesting. See, so that is now 2 minutes old. I'll take a look at the northern one. Northern one, I honestly have no idea what to make of. It doesn't look traditional in the least. Let me look at radar scope on the northern one, see if it's... So on radar scope, I would say that the area of interest looks like it's here. If there is a possible tornado. But again, not a meteorologist. I'm just making a guess. If you're in the polygon, you respect the polygon, you take your shelter. Sure, there's a name for this, but it kind of looks almost getting like that. I think it'd be an inflow notch. If you want to see what like a hookup go, it would be like way tighter in on itself. Well, or the impressive ones are anyway. Okay, we got a brand new tornado warning.
There is one new tornado warning for Alabama. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather...
So while this is squawking, so we have Mobile and Baldwin counties are under tornado warnings. This is a brand new radar-indicated tornado warning for Mobile. Whenever it... There it is.
The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a tornado warning for southern Mobile County in southwestern Alabama until 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Oh, fantastic. We got 3 of them.
a.m. Central Standard Time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Dawson Island.
Can I guess it's here?
At 50 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southern Mobile County. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama.
I'm going to play something in the background because I remember now.
What? Minor flooding is occurring.
Oh, that was weird. What? Minor flooding is occurring. So unfortunately, going to have to play quite a bit of it. We'll play it a bit in the background, though.
There is one new tornado warning.
What I'm wanting to find out is, does it appropriately at the end say for the following county? I honestly don't remember if I programmed it appropriately.
Tornado warning for southern Mobile County in southwestern
And it should be
Alabama.
Mobile.
Until 1:30 a.m. CST. At 1:13 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado.
That's looking slightly more impressive on the velocity.
Island, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter.
This personally kind of looks too
Mobile homes
broad.
will be damaged or destroyed.
Like,
Damage to
maybe.
roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur.
Do kind of have a little notch going on
Damage
here.
is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southern Mobile County.
Mobile.
Precautionary/preparedness actions. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors,
Avoid windows. Run
mobile
Linux.
home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties.
Oh no.
In Alabama, Mobile. End of warning.
All right. Since I didn't specifically remember doing any kind of check for the length. No, that needs to be fixed. Following counties, even when there's just the one. So it should be the following county. And similarly, it would say the following parishes. Parishes. Oh my god, I can't say that word. Parishes. Following counties when it's just one. Got like a little running notepad over here. Including the note that, okay, if the scraper can't figure out what the time zone is supposed to be, that was Hawaii earlier, it shouldn't crash the entire system. So we've got an update. Doesn't look like anything's changed. Honestly, it's hard for me to remember which one is which because we've got 3 different warnings split up. Mobile is all of them, but then we also have one for Baldwin. But we have an update for the one of the Mobile tornado warnings. I'm going to click on that.
Ding ding. I have an update for the tornado warning in Alabama. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. A tornado warning remains in effect until 1:30 a.m. CST for Central Mobile County. At 1:16 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Tillman's Corner, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar-indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed.
Should it not be mobile homes? So this is honestly a little bit confusing because if I look at radar, or reflectivity I should say, which is over here on the left, I would almost expect the couplet to be here, but it looks kind of more so like it's here. Let's see, are they both? Okay, this could be part of it, is there's a 2-minute discrepancy between the two radars. The one on the left is 2 minutes ahead. All right, we're going to get a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Baldwin and Mobile. You're probably going to hear it. You'll hear it on the text-to-speech, and then the NOAA
Ding,
weather
ding.
radio will kick in.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a
Mobile.
severe thunderstorm warning for Mobile County in southwestern Alabama, Western Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, until 2 a.m. CST.
National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Mobile County in southwestern Alabama, Western Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 1:19 a.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 3 miles west of Sims to 6 miles southwest of Grand Bay, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees.
We're going to lower that. So this, I think, was... Honestly, like, my understanding is this thing right here would be over water right now. And I think it's because it technically was briefly, like, part of this is over land. This is a terrible drawing, but I think the rest of it is actually in the water. But anyway, why I bring that up. So I think we could possibly... This thing is kind of, like, getting more impressive looking. Both in the velocity couplet, so, like, here... And also, let's see, are they this? No, this is 4 minutes on the right side. It's 4 minutes behind. So it's probably correlated or coincides with this area, would be my guess, where you've got kind of a notch. And again, that's, let's see, 1 minute. The left side is 1 minute behind real time. The right side is 5 minutes behind real time.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time for Central Mobile County.
Yes, but which?
1:16 a.m. Central
We
Standard
have
Time.
3 Mobile, Alabama tornado warnings.
Capable of producing a tornado was located near Tillman's Corner, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over
I'm actually curious briefly here.
Mobile County. Take cover now.
They used to do terrain, I think.
Or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and
That's still kind of hard to tell where the land begins and ends when there's all this stuff on top of it.
And confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Repeating, a tornado warning remains in effect until 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following county. Mobile,
Oops, that's the wrong
Alabama.
thing.
The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a tornado warning for southern Mobile County in southwestern Alabama until 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 1:13 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm...
We're going to go back to what I had it on, though.
The tornado warning for southern Mobile County will expire at 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time.
That was 1 minute ago.
The storm which prompted the warning has moved out of the area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard.
Okay, so I think the southernmost one, which happens to be, to my eyes, possibly the most impressive looking thing. So this right here, that's now covered under a special marine warning. So I think, let's see if I can tell if I zoom in. Okay, now I can see kind of. So this would be moving onshore. Loosely here is the border. So we might see a tornado warning pop up in this area when that thing's getting closer. We'll just see. And then what I was hearing on the TV, basically it sounds like you can get these cases where you've got like pretty impressive velocity couplets over water and it's producing a water spout. But I guess once it, in a sense, like maybe it's some of the same like interference that you get with a hurricane where you get the friction from land. Okay, there's the other expiration. One of them.
The warning has weakened below severe limits and has exited the warned area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard.
Okay, so I could say things like, oh, the tornado warning for Baldwin and Mobile, and also Mobile has expired. But a tornado warning for Mobile remains in effect. Is that confusing? Oh. Hey, we lost all three of them. Probably what they're talking about right now.
Central Standard Time. At 1:19 a.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 3 miles.
So this should disappear in a second.
The tornado warning for central Mobile County will expire at 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits. Therefore,
Actually, since I honestly have no idea which one's which, I'm going to click on the topmost one.
I have an update for the tornado warning in Alabama.
The one that's still stuck on the
The
map as of right
tornado
now.
warning for central Mobile County will expire at 1:30 a.m. CST. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, gusty winds are still possible with this thunderstorm. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for southwestern Alabama. Repeating, a tornado warning has been expired early for the following counties. In Alabama, Mobile. End of warning.
Oh, I realize for the following counties, that's also incorrect. And I'm not happy with the wording of that.
Hoop hoop. There is one new special marine warning for.
We're pretty sure there's some marine stuff going on. So, one area of concern is definitely going to be this. That's pretty impressive looking velocity couplet. And that'd be over water. So, land looks to be right about here. So, could well see a tornado warning. Don't think I finished my thought from earlier, but what I was saying was, for watching TV, it sounds like in this sort of area, you can get situations where you've got stuff that's pretty impressive when it's out over the water and it's producing a water spout, but like once it gets over land, I guess it tends to die off pretty quickly. And I don't know a whole lot of the science behind like water spout to tornado conversion, so to speak. But it did make me wonder, maybe it's like hurricanes. Hurricanes, when they're out over water, they're able to kind of suck up whatever energy they need. Then once they start hitting land, they're getting all that friction and interference. They're kind of getting cut off from their fuel source. So that's what I was kind of wondering. Maybe it's like kind of the friction of the land, maybe also less moisture when, like, because dew points, I would assume it's got a richer fuel source out of water. Out of water? Over water. Fort Morgan. So I have to bring up the search box. I'm going to become a geography whiz by the end of this. It would help if I could type. All right, I'm getting... Oh, there it is. Fort Morgan, Gulf Shoulders. I was going to say, Colorado? Is that what you're asking about? Wow, it really... Is that your house? It really got super specific with that. I wish it kind of would more so... What, like drop a pin? So you don't completely lose track of what's going on at the moment. As for Fort Morgan, looks like you're very close to the special marine warning. But this is where I do wish I had more experience. Oh, okay, we're going to get a tornado warning for Baldwin, Alabama. I'm going to take a wild swing that it's going to be this thing. So it'll get issued
Listen
for
up.
here.
There is one new tornado warning for Alabama. There
Radar
is a
indicated.
radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a tornado warning for central Baldwin County in southwestern...
So there's the brand new polygon. So it is for that area. And then we'll let the NOAA weather radio play out. It talks faster.
The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a tornado warning for central Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama until 2:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 1:28 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles south of...
So short story on Gulf Shores does not look like it's under the gun at the moment, if I understand where it kind of begins and ends. And then this is the official tornado threat at the moment. This thing that has a pretty impressive couplet. And it looks like it's about... Let's see, how old is my radar? 2 minutes old. So it looks like it will probably be crossing onto land briefly. And we'll see if it stays as well put together as it has been.
Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the...
It did say mobile home, right?
and protect yourself
The
from
mobile
flying
home.
debris.
Mobile, Alabama.
Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado.
English is hard.
Take cover now. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 2:15 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama.
See, the NOAA weather radio understands that it's a county, not a county's.
Following weather reports were made at 1 a.m. The report from Mobile Regional Airport was not available. The report from Brooklyn Field was not available. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A high wind warning remains in
I turn that back down.
a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama.
So my radar on the right is showing winds. It's about 3 minutes behind real time. So if there is a tornado and or was a water spout 3-ish minutes ago, it was roughly there. I don't see anything just yet over here that's concerning. That would be the debris ball tracker. And this is going to definitely be a rain wrap system. And given how late it is in the morning, also it's just going to be dark as pitch. So don't try to go out and see it. You might hear it. Of course, you might also hear a whole lot of rain, masking the sound of a giant monster. Let's see. So it's now 4 minutes behind on the right side. Yeah, check radar scope on my other computer, see if it's updated. So that is 2 minutes old. So radar scope is a couple minutes old. So, or I should say, I guess, a couple minutes ahead. It's kind of looking like the data as of 2-ish minutes ago puts it here. Of course, this hasn't yet updated over here.
Tornado watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile, and George, Mississippi, and the following marine locations.
And then let's see. The text out of the tornado warning. This dangerous storm will be near Fairhope around 1:35 a.m., Robertsdale and Silver Hill around 1:45, Loxley around 1:50. So again, that was as of, let's see, 5 minutes ago. Or 6 minutes ago, according to the overlay. And that's for Baldwin County in Alabama. It's Baldwin County, and I feel like I made a joke about it being Mobile County, but maybe that's just because everything on the other side. Mobile was in 3 different tornado warnings at one time. Let's see, so my radar now actually is a minute behind. That's what's kind of frustrating about it. It'll like lag. It's be like 8 minutes behind, and then boom! Oh, look, an update. Okay, so my radar on the left is 4 minutes behind. But as of then, like basically, here's what would most likely happen. If a debris ball pops up on the product that's on the left side, the NWS is going to have access to radar sources or whatnot that update far more frequently than mine. So it would be, I think, on some level more likely that we'd see it go observed before necessarily I'll even be able to see it on my radar software. But for instance, if this right here, for instance, the velocity couplet would need to be kind of down there. Because if they coincided physically in the same space, I might think, is that something? But it's also not that wrapped up. In fact, there was something I saw earlier. I can't remember which storm now, but it was one of them that happened today, where apparently it had stopped producing a tornado, but the debris was still like getting dropped, I guess. So it still had a debris ball on radar, despite the fact that it was apparently no longer producing a tornado. And it lasted for several frames, which could be like maybe 6 to 10 minutes. So that is possibly just how long it took for that thing to drop all the debris that it had picked up. Well, or to drop enough of it to stop showing up easily on the correlation coefficient product. But you will hear about things getting dropped like, I think, like hundreds of miles from where they came from. I think it's supposed to be that it gets picked up in the updraft and just ends up getting lofted for ages. So this is the velocity, which is the winds. To my eyes, it looks like as of this latest scan, it's kind of broadened a little bit, so hopefully not as much of a threat. Again, we have a radar indicated tornado threat on this one. That's for Baldwin County in Alabama. That would expire in 38 minutes if something doesn't change before then. Yeah, and a whole bunch of rain.
For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time.
So I will make this comment about radar scope. It's great if you don't need the detailed map, but you have to pay, what was it? or at least on the Mac app, it's $15 a month to get access to like a better map. You get other things on top of that, but like that's even more than I'm paying for Radar Scope. Radar Scope's top thing, I believe, is 11 or 12. And Radar Scope, or sorry, Radar Omega, which is the thing that you see on my stream right now, comes with good maps by default. They don't paygate it? That doesn't seem right. Paygate? Is that what they call it? Moneygate? I've run out of words. They don't gate it behind a paywall. How about that?
Boats could suffer significant structural damage in high winds. Small craft could capsize in subtly higher waves.
Yes, don't be on your boat tonight.
Include Gator Island, East Fowl River Bridge,
Be a good night to be on some stable land.
Buoy, Middle Bay Light, Mississippi Sound East, Pensacola, Battleship Park, Dog River Bridge, and Central Dauphin Island.
Let's see, is this out of sync? Yes, by a couple of minutes.
There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a
Okay, let's get
severe
thunderstorm warning with possible tornado for Clark and Monroe counties in Alabama. But what I was going to point out here, and it looks like it's already past it. But like this looks kind of interesting. That was 34 after, so that's 5 minutes old. And then this, like here, possibly like an inflow notch, that was 1 minute old. So this thing is probably up here at that point. But no warnings on that officially. And yeah, so this thing again has fallen out of date by 5 minutes. Whereas Radar Scope is only a minute behind. So let's see. Looking at Radar Scope, which you can't see, it's on a different computer. It looks like it's kind of maintaining its broad-looking rotation. So to my eyes, like it doesn't look like it's gotten any more impressive. But again, what you're seeing on the right side of my screen is 5 minutes out of date. The left side, though, is only 2 minutes out of date, which is probably to be expected. Okay, the tornado warning has been continued. It's probably... I would assume we're going to hear it on his. Baldwin, it's still radar indicated. Okay, so they're going to read the severe thunderstorm issue or update first. So we're going to click on tornado warning. This is the update from less than a minute ago.
Hey, I have an update for the tornado warning in Alabama. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. A tornado warning remains in effect until 2:15 a.m. CST for Central Baldwin County. At 1:39 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Fairhope, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without.
We have a donut.
Shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Loxley around 1:50 a.m. CST. Precautionary/preparedness actions. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And protect yourself from flying debris. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night.
That is very true.
Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Repeating. A tornado warning remains in effect for the following counties. In Alabama, Baldwin. End of warning.
Okay, so Baldwin, they continued it, updated the polygon. It definitely looks like we've got one of those weak echo regions over there. Little donut. Nowhere near where I'd say we got like some, to my eyes, broad scale rotation over there. See that over there. That's looking sort of more interesting. That is wild because it almost looks like we've got like a what, a hook echo, but on the back end of a storm. I don't know if that's even a thing. Like if this were, I don't even know if that would be a thing if it were the other issue. I think the cat is causing static.
There is one new special marine warning for. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a.
Hopefully you're not watching my stream from a boat. Yeah, look at that. That thing, there would be the special marine warning. It kind of looks like a hook echo, but on the back end of the storm. That's wild. Now, there's going to be lots of winds with all this stuff. So this one right here that's back out over water might be one to keep an eye on. Yeah, kind of a little inflow notch maybe going on over there. So that'd be like loosely here that if that did continue, we might end up seeing a tornado warning in those parts. And the radar on the right side as of right now is 4 minutes out of date. This reminds me sort of one of the days out of, I believe it was this very area, where it's like every single thing that was coming in from offshore just spin, 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 new tornado warning, spin, 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 tornado warning. So it was going from special marine warnings with water spout possible to like new tornado warning, new tornado warning, new tornado warning. And like some of the counties, I felt so bad for some of the people because like that had to have been so fatiguing. I should have written down which day that was because it would have been interesting to like pick a random point and say, oh my gosh, this person went through like 10 tornado warnings in the span of 2 hours. Like at what point did you say, nah, okay, tornado, just tag me. I can't take this anymore. It's too many warnings. Wow, that's a ginormous special weather statement for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour, 60 being the threshold. Again, to my eyes, I'm just kind of seeing. Oh, we got an update. It looks like it may be shaped up a little bit since the most recent scan. But to my eyes, still looking a little too broad to be something too super worried about. Again, it is a tornado warning, so you should be in shelter. Hello, cat. Kitty, want to cuddle? Come here, sweetie. Yeah, if I ever do get a camera, the cats are definitely going to be part. The ones who's begging, who wants to be on my shoulders is a parrot. Because obviously, to have a heavy animal with claws digging into your shoulders for support, obviously it's my life dream. So we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. The one issued 8 minutes ago for Clark and Monroe is tagged as tornado possible. Again, that's Clark and Monroe counties in Alabama. I'm not sure I said Alabama. The tornado warning is radar indicated for Baldwin. And the other severe thunderstorm warning from 28 minutes ago, let's see, the most recent update on that was 8 minutes where they continued it, is for Baldwin and Mobile. Hello, kitty. I'm gonna draw a couple of circles. Areas of interest. Sort of here, but it's kind of broad. This looks like it's getting a little bit more impressive, but that could also be nothing. And of course, it's just rain everywhere. Actually, I suppose what I could be doing, radar scope on the other computer, is having debris tracker. Granted, I wouldn't be able to do dual pane. That's something else I think you have to... Let's see what it says. Oh, that's the other thing that sucks. So I'm paying for Tier 1, but Tier 1 only applies to, like, the device you bought it on. So I have radar scope Tier 1 on mobile. So iPad and iPhone, but not on Mac. So that's annoying. Kitty, you are full of static. But yeah, it's behind. You have to pay to get dual pane display on radar scope. So really, for as much as I gripe about Radar Omega, you get a whole lot more for the same amount of money. All right, we just got an update where they canceled a county. Oh, canceled in general. I'll take that back. So the tornado warning that was in effect for Baldwin. In fact, that's probably what this is.
Therefore, the warning has been canceled. However, gusty winds are still possible.
So I believe it said that a weaken below severe limits. So we're going to see this disappear in a second. In fact, let's go back to... Well, let's look at what possible rotation. So there's kind of loosely some areas in here that could be something to keep an eye on when they get closer to shore. But for now, we're just going to go back to regional and take a look at what all is in effect. Whoops, forgot to click out of that. But as of right now, all of the purple stuff, special marine warnings. And then the severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's see. So which one has the tornado possible? That has the tornado possible. So granted, they could both be tornado possible, but only one of them has officially been tagged as such.
Additional details at 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday, the stage was 17.3 feet. Forecast: the river is expected to rise above flood stage early tomorrow afternoon and continue rising to crest at 20.0 feet early Saturday.
Kitty got claws.
Flood stage is 18.0 feet. This is NOAA weather radio station KEC 61 from Mobile, Alabama.
All right, let's get you on the floor.
162.55 megahertz from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service.
Okay, let's see. So it's been what, 20 minutes? Or technically it's been 2 minutes. Oh, so this tornado, wow, that thing's still on the display. The tornado warning is no longer relevant. Didn't just, yeah, it did, because I'm looking over at my stream. So this is one of the other things that really bothers me about Radar Omega. Things will disappear and they will come back. Like, why is this tornado warning showing back up? And I don't know if that's an Allison House issue or a Radar Omega issue, because the special marine warnings, some of them that have like ridiculous delays, like where they take 6 minutes to show up, that when I have tracked it down is also affecting radar scope. But this thing where like an expired or canceled tornado warning suddenly pops back up, I haven't been able to see if radar scope is also being hit by that. But that kind of stuff is confusing. Like for someone like me, where I'm blessed to know of different places to double check, I don't have to be, I mean, I still get confused by it. Why is that back? But it's like I can go verify. But like to someone where Radar Omega is the only thing they're looking at, they're going to be like, wait, I thought that was canceled. It's back in effect. No, it's disappeared again. Where'd it go? I don't have a very high tolerance threshold or whatever for things that are related to life or death situations being unintuitive and unnecessarily buggy. So that tornado warning would have expired in 23 minutes. It was canceled 4 minutes ago. So it's been 4 minutes since our last tornado warning. It's been 8 hours since our last observed tornado warning, and 11 hours since our last tornado emergency. I am going to steal these moments of solitude as I can get them and go get some water and take a break off my feet. And hopefully maybe it'll be quiet for a while.
Significant structural damage in high winds. Small craft could capsize in subtly higher waves. Locations impacted include Gator Island, East Fowl River Bridge, Sand Island Lighthouse, Bon Sucre Bay, Farewell Buoy, Middle Bay Light, Mississippi Sound east of Pascagoula, Battleship Park, Dog River Bridge, and Central Dauphin Island. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southwestern Alabama and the adjacent coastal waters. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay Area including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area, waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi from 20 to 60 nautical miles, until 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 1:42 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located 35 nautical miles south of Farewell Buoy, moving northeast at 40 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts in excess of 50 knots. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Boats could suffer significant structural damage in high winds. Small craft could capsize in subtly higher waves. Locations impacted include Gulf Shores Beach, Fort Pickens, West Santa Rosa Sound, Pensacola Beach, Pensacola Pass and Perdido Pass. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southwestern Alabama, northwestern Florida, and the adjacent coastal waters. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Tornado watch number 29 has been canceled for the following county: George, Mississippi. Repeating, the tornado watch number 29 has been canceled for the following county: George, Mississippi. Tornado watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties: in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile, and the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, out 20 nautical miles. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, tornado watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties: in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile, and the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, out 20 nautical miles. The National National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County lines at Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay Area including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area, waters from Okaloosa, Walton County lines at Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi from 20 to 60 nautical miles, until 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 1:42 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located 35 nautical miles south of Farewell Buoy, moving northeast at 40 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts in excess of 50 knots. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Boats could suffer significant structural damage in high winds. Small craft could capsize in suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Gulf Shores Beach, Fort Pickens, West Santa Rosa Sound, Pensacola Beach, Pensacola Pass and Perdido Pass. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southwestern Alabama, northwestern Florida, and adjacent coastal waters. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay Area including Santa Rosa Sound, coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County lines at Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The following weather reports were made at 1 a.m. The report from Mobile Regional Airport was not available. The report from Brookley Field was not available. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A high wind warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas: in Alabama, Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Baldwin Inland, Mobile Central, Mobile Coastal and Mobile Inland, and in Mississippi, George, a gale warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and Perdido Bay Area. A storm warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. A high surf warning remains in effect until noon Central Standard Time for the following areas: in Alabama, Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. A special marine warning has been issued until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles. A storm warning remains in effect until 3 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound, and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties: in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile. A special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. Tornado watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties: in Alabama, Baldwin and Mobile, and the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles, North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay Area, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles. A coastal flood advisory remains in effect until 9 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama, Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. A coastal flood advisory remains in effect until 9 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama, Baldwin Central and Mobile Central. A rip current risk remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time Thursday for the following areas in Alabama, Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A high wind warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama, Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Baldwin Inland, Mobile Central, Mobile Coastal and Mobile Inland, and in Mississippi, George, a gale warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and Perdido Bay Area. A storm warning remains in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. A high surf warning remains in effect until noon Central Standard Time for the following areas in Alabama, Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. A storm warning remains in effect until 3 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. A special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out
Beep
20
beep beep.
nautical miles.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Butler County in south-central Alabama, northeastern Monroe County in south-central Alabama, southeastern Wilcox County in south-central Alabama, until 2:30 a.m. CST. At 2:03 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles south of Vradenburg, or 15 miles north of Monroeville, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Beatrice, Vradenburg, and Pineapple. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for South Central and Southwestern Alabama. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for South Central and Southwestern Alabama. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties: in Alabama, Butler, Monroe, and Wilcox. End of warning.
10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday was 21.3 feet. Forecast: the river is expected to rise to a crest at 23.0 feet Sunday morning. Flood stage is 20.0 feet. What minor flooding is forecast? Where? Leaf near McLean. When? Until further notice. Impacts: at 18.0 feet, considerable flooding of agricultural and lowlands near the river. Additional details: at 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday, the stage was 17.3 feet. Forecast: the river is expected to rise above flood stage early tomorrow afternoon and continue rising to a crest at 20.0 feet early Saturday afternoon. Flood stage is 18.0 feet. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 2:06 a.m. Central Standard Time. The National National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay Area including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area, waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi from 20 to 60 nautical miles, until 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 1:42 a.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located 35 nautical miles south of Farewell Buoy, moving northeast at 40 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts in excess of 50 knots. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Boats could suffer significant structural damage in high winds. Small craft could capsize in subtly higher waves. Locations impacted include Gulf Shores Beach, Fort Pickens, West Santa Rosa Sound, Pensacola Beach, Pensacola Pass and Perdido Pass. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southwestern Alabama, northwestern Florida, and the adjacent coastal waters. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following marine locations: Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay Area including Santa Rosa Sound, coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Tornado watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties in Alabama: Baldwin and Mobile, and the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, tornado watch number 29 remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following counties in Alabama: Baldwin and Mobile, and the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. A high surf warning is in effect for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. High rip current risk remains in effect through late Wednesday night. High surf warning remains in effect until noon Central Standard Time Wednesday. Coastal flood advisory remains in effect until 9 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. What? For the high surf warning, dangerously large breaking waves of 6 to 9 feet expected in the surf zone. For the coastal flood advisory, minor coastal flooding expected. For the high rip current risk, dangerous rip currents. Where? Mobile Coastal and Baldwin Coastal counties. When? For the high surf warning, until noon Central Standard Time Wednesday. For the coastal flood advisory, until 9 a.m. Central Standard Time Wednesday. For the high rip current risk, through late Wednesday night. Impacts: flooding of lots, parks, and roads with only isolated road closures expected. Breaking waves can sweep people off jetties and docks, and into dangerous seas. Life-threatening swimming conditions and significant beach erosion can be expected. Rip currents can sweep even the best swimmers away from shore into deeper water. If travel is required, allow extra time as some roads may be closed. Do not drive around barricades or through water of unknown depth. Take the necessary actions to protect flood-prone property. Everyone should remain out of the water due to life-threatening surf conditions. Stay off of jetties, piers, and other waterside.
There is one new tornado warning for Alabama and Florida. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, south central Escambia County in northwestern Florida, until 2:30 a.m. CST. At 2:11 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Orange Beach, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Perdido Beach around 2:20 a.m. CST. Lillian around 2:25 a.m. CST. Precautionary/preparedness actions. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties. In Alabama, Baldwin. In Florida, Escambia. End of warning.
That was kind of entertaining that they ended up so synced up. Okay, so we've got a mesoscale discussion effect. That's apparently what just changed. I don't know if this will stay this way, but look at that. There's like, at one point, like, there was one back here. There's this that I think the warning was issued for.
Beep beep beep. There is one new special marine warning for. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a
We're gonna turn
special
all of this
marine
down.
warning for Perdido Bay area.
Okay, so Baldwin and Escambia are the new tornado warning. Perdido Bay, Lost Bay, right? Je suis perdu. But we have, yeah, so this almost certainly is the area of interest on this one. But like, you've even got some broad rotation out there over the water that maybe could be something. Yes, yes. Come here, little one. There, cry on the microphone. Poor kitty. Wow, that tornado warning from before finally disappeared because this is when it would have naturally expired. But Baldwin in Alabama and Escambia County in Florida. This might be the radar indicated tornado warning.
Capable of producing a tornado was located over Orange Beach, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Perdido Beach around 2:20 a.m. Central Standard Time. Lillian around 2:20.
Take a look at this real briefly. Not anything too much interesting on that one.
To see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 2:30 a.m. Central Standard Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama, and Escambia, Florida. What?
that there would be your area of interest, most likely, where there could be a possible tornado. There's rotation anyway, and there's some broad rotation back here over the water. Kind of a little, I don't know, notch in a sense. On the wrong side of the storm, it feels like.
Recent activity, the maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday was 21.3.
Take a look at correlation coefficient.
The river is expected to rise to a crest of 23.0 feet.
I'm not. What we'd basically, let me turn this down a bit, be looking for in this case. And let me hide the search box while I'm thinking about it. Here'd be another tiny little thing. You're supposed to make it, like, this should not be selectable text, I think. Anyway, there's little things that waste a little bit of time. Oh, right. See, the mesoscale discussion was there. Then it apparently, well, or something changed. Anyway, so I possibly have a mesoscale discussion to look up, number 103. So I am not seeing anything. Oh, but so the short story is velocity, which is the thing on the right side. So you're looking for a couplet. So there's your couplet loosely. So you'd be looking for some kind of tiny little thing that's hopefully on its own, and you'd be able to say, hey, that looks suspicious. But I don't see anything of the sort at the moment. Oh, storm prediction stars. That's what I was going to do. I have an amazing ability to forget what I was doing. Yeah, for someone like me who has ADD, this is like a nightmare of sorts because you're getting interrupted sometimes constantly by, oh, I was going to talk about this. Oh, wait, there's a new tornado warning we need to talk about now. To be clear, not right this second. We don't have one. But in this hypothetical. Okay, so this was 11 minutes ago. I'm going to zoom out so you know what I'm talking about as I read this. So roughly this area. There's a mesoscale discussion in effect. And what they're saying is the severe weather threat for Tornado Watch 29 continues. Tornado potential is maximized at this time within coastal counties near and east of Mobile Bay. Examination of radar data over the past hour continues to reveal small rotating storms developing over the northern Gulf to the east of the frontal convective band. Yes, there's a convective band. They play rock covers mostly. There's a whole bunch of little interesting rotating areas out here too. Let's see, what else does it say? However, as these northeastern moving cells move inland, only a very small warm sector is available, near and south of a warm front that currently extends from just north of Mobile Bay, southeastward to near Valparaiso, I think it is, and then offshore. Tornado potential remains... Ow, I drew, didn't I? And then I got rid of the circle. So we're talking about this area. Tornado potential remains confined to this warm sector, with updraft rotation quickly diminishing / dissipating with northeastward extent as cells cross the warm front and continue inland atop an increasingly stable boundary layer. If you want a tornado, you don't want stable things. You want instability. You want chaos in terms of what things lifting up into the air, and also once they're up there that they are getting like a corkscrew type motion with lots of vorticity, winds just spinning around. Let's see. As such, tornado potential remains confined to coastal counties within the watch. Within these counties, brief tornadoes remain possible. Little northward advance of the warm front is occurring. So apparently not much northward advance of the warm front is occurring. And thus, risk currently remains contained within Weather Watch 29. Will continue to monitor evolution of surface conditions. Are they talking about a guy named Will continue to monitor Or did they mean to type, we will I've never seen them used like the first person. I have no idea why it says will. In fact, I'll just click on it here. If I can get my cursor in the right place. Literally, what is it? Who is Will? Will continue to monitor evolution of surface conditions, particularly any northward advance of the warm front inland / onshore east of the watch as it pertains to possible / future weather watch issuance. Who is Will? I think it's just a typo. Because I'm pretty sure I have never, like, they tag their stuff at the bottom, like, this was written by Goss. I'm going to assume that's how the guy's last name is pronounced. And I guess I'm being sexist if I say the guy's last name. I'm just assuming. I haven't heard of any, like, oh. It's still radar indicated, so we'll let it. It says 1 minute ago, Baldwin and Escambia, it continues. But yeah, Jared Geyer, that's like a name I recognize. There's others. I can't think of having heard any female names, so I'm just assuming Gus is probably a dude. Yo, I'm here to tell you about the severe weather threats. I don't know why Goss is like from the northeast all of a sudden. That's... I'm gonna get... If Snap Camera in fact is going away, what, today? If it weren't for that, I'd totally get Snap Camera. We'll get like some kind of filter. I'm gonna try to act like I'm from the northeast. And we're gonna talk about this tornado threat up here. Yeah, you should take cover now, else somebody's gonna make you take cover now. You know what I'm saying? Capiche? Capiche? So this is it right now, is this tornado warning. 13 minutes to go. Anyway, so the short story of that mesoscale discussion, this bluish area, is apparently that the tornado threat right now is kind of limited to the coastal areas. Apparently that's where you're getting kind of the more rich fuel and things. The warm front is apparently not expanding, or it's barely expanding northward. So the fuel up there is not as strong, and you're getting more stable air conditions. In fact, that severe thunderstorm warning that we did have that was marked as tornado possible, they canceled it. They outright canceled it. Okay, brand new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Conecuh, is it, in Alabama, Covington, Escambia in Florida, and Santa Rosa in Florida.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama and Florida. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Eastern Escambia County in South Central.
You're in the coastal area. Oh no!
Eastern Conecuh County in South Central.
But a lot of this stuff is kind of spinning.
West Central Covington County in South Central Alabama.
But apparently that's where the favorable area is.
Florida. North Central Escambia County in northwestern Florida.
Curious if I could find a temperature map.
At 2:24 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm was located.
Try to do this real quick. Okay, maybe not.
At 70 miles per hour. Hazard 60.
Oh, surface fronts with that.
Source.
But it's apparently only every 3 hours.
Impact. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include.
Oh, now I see it. The red line.
Century, Flomington, East Bruton, Jay, Pollard, Riverview, and Bratt. Precautionary /
I have no idea when that was. Apparently sometime in the last 3 hours is when this warm front was analyzed.
Alabama and northwestern Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the
Oh, valid at 3.
building.
3 Zulu?
A tornado watch remains in
Oh my gosh, that's like 5 hours ago.
for South Central Alabama, and northwestern Florida.
Live east of Pensacola.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties:
I can't figure out where I am. There we go.
Conecuh, Covington, and Escambia. In Florida, Escambia and Santa Rosa.
So you're nearish. You'd be nearish to a tornado warning. But if you're on the east side of Pensacola, and Pensacola is like not exactly touching this tornado warning anyway. Well, that actually looks kind of tighter. Again, correlation coefficient. How old is my radar? 3 minutes old. So nothing, I'm not seeing anything on the left side. That's that interesting. It has been quite a long time since a confirmed tornado warning. That's a good thing. But of course, on some level, it's also fatiguing to cover radar or warning after warning. But there's your area of interest. Looks like it would be a little past Lillian, a little north of Lillian, or at least as of 3 minutes ago. Or probably even more north of Lillian. You're waiting for the stuff to hit the fan. All right, we're going to play geography. Oh, you are on the eastern edge of this tornado watch that expires in 152. Let me actually toggle on tomorrow's thing. Okay, so technically, the outlooks switch over at 7 a.m. Eastern. So in, what is that, 4.5? Man, I suck at math. Oh no, soonish. We're going to technically enter into this area. So Crestview would actually be probably still in today's outlook. I'm legit looking at your house in that warning. That's not good. Oh, hey, we just lost it. Probably what they're reading out right now.
The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for...
Okay, I think I might have talked all over the top of that. So expired 2 minutes ago, so let me go track that down by having to click a whole bunch of things. Gonna guess that it probably weakened below severe limits since they didn't replace it with anything.
Beep, beep, beep. I have an update for the tornado warning in Alabama and Florida. The tornado warning for southeastern Baldwin and south central Escambia counties will expire at 2:30 a.m. CST. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. However, gusty winds are still possible with this thunderstorm. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for southwestern Alabama and northwestern Florida. Repeating, a tornado warning has been expired early for the following counties: in Alabama, Baldwin; in Florida, Escambia. End of warning.
Still don't know about that wording. Has been expired early, because that's something I wrote. Because how the National Weather Service words it, which I thought in some ways was even more obtuse, is like, will be allowed to expire. Because basically it's a case of the threat is over. It should get removed off the map. But technically it, depending on the system, will stay in effect until, let's see, that would have been 30 after that it would have expired on its own. One of the many confusing things about these. Windy AF there. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be lots of winds with this. The tornado watch until 104. That's what, 2 more hours? Roughly, that put us at 5:30-ish Eastern. A special marine warning. So we're listening to Mobile, and at this point, so it's only going to be covering loosely this area. So if it touches I'm not sure if that was even announced. That might be too far out of its zone. You can hear the wind roaring. Stay away from the windows. Actually, if you are end up in a tornado warning, stay away from the windows. Most definitely. I don't know how common it still is, but once upon a time, I think there was a pretty common, like, old wives' tale, or I don't know what you would call it, of, hey, if you're in a tornado warning, make sure you open up the windows to vent, or like to depressurize the house, I guess was supposed to be the logic. So there's like, 3 reasons why that's a bad idea? Like, number one, I would say, oftentimes you're going to get a whole lot of rain, so you might get a whole lot of water damage from windows that are now open that don't really need to be. You're also needlessly putting yourself in danger by putting yourself near a whole bunch of glass in the middle of a tornado warning. And number 3, homes are not airtight. And if debris is smacking your house, it don't matter if the window's open. It's going to take the house down. Because I think that the belief used to be that, like, houses were like exploding or imploding. I can't remember which word. And that was what supposedly opening up the windows was supposed to help. So don't do that. Ah. My poor mic. I hit it. If I get what? Insane. I can do this. And then suddenly it's, I don't know, is that ASMR? Does that count? ASMR would be more so what? Oh, I guess I'd have to turn down the noise gate in order to do the ASMR. I'm going a little bit loopy. I have been up for, let's see, more than 2 hours. I'm definitely confident in the math on that. What is it? It's the equivalent of 26 o'clock? 20 something. Oh, math. I've been up or not up, but also up, but like streaming for 16 hours straight. I've gone a wee bit bonkers. All right, gotta go get that. Something knocked over. Oh, half your house's windows. That sounds amazing. Except, of course, during severe weather. Okay, looks like we've got an incoming severe thunderstorm warning. Is that? Oh, no, that's 11 minutes ago. I can't read. Oh, actually, I see what the problem is. It did say 1 minute ago on my view of YouTube, where apparently I'm way behind. I'm going to mute and go pick up whatever fell over.
Hey, there is one new special marine warning for. The National Weather Service in Honolulu has issued a special marine warning for Maui County leeward waters until 12:30 a.m. HST.
HST. I'm going to cancel this and then go pick this stuff up. For context, I mean, it'll probably take a while for it to show up. And by a while, I mean a couple minutes. This is what that was talking about. Hawaii has a special marine warning, and it sounded like water spouts were possible in that too. And yes, stay safe, everyone. Go to bed if you can. Get a good night's sleep. Have a weather radio going if you can.
Locations impacted include Gulf Shores Beach, Fort Pickens, West Santa Rosa Sound, Pensacola Beach, Pensacola Pass and Perdido Pass. A A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. Central Standard Time for southwestern Alabama, northwestern Florida, and the adjacent coastal waters. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately. A special marine warning remains in effect until 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. For the following areas, coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Pensacola Bay Area, including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area. Waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, from 20 to 60 nautical miles at 2:35 a.m. Central Standard Time.
So I am probably going to step away. I frankly, hopefully will be falling asleep at some point. The overlay will theoretically run itself for a little bit of time. For some random stats, since I started using the newish part of it, which was... Actually, I don't remember when I first used that, but let's say, I don't know, the past 5 streams, it's only broken the once, which was tonight. Yeah, luckily it was only EF0. One of the things, like, I noticed there seems to be, on some level, too much of a jump to, oh my god, that looks like an EF3, or that looks like an EF5. And some of it I can understand, it's just excitement. Some of us who are, like, nerdy about storms. But the reality is, I would say you're probably not going to know until you get, like, a damage survey. So you don't know if that thing that might be barreling down on you is EF0 or possibly an EF5. Size tends to be correlated. Like, you don't tend to hear about there being wedge tornadoes that were like only an EF0 or something. But I do think they call it like a drill bit, like where super tiny rotations that end up being actually pretty strong tornadoes. Oh, here would be another thing. If you actually are in a situation where you can see the tornado coming, this was kind of one of the, like, El Reno in Oklahoma. I think one of the dangers there is you can have a situation where the visible funnel, so the so-called condensation funnel, so where you can actually see, like, the gray or the dark, like, whatever color it happens to be, is not necessarily, like, the extent of the tornadic winds. So you might end up unwittingly in a tornadic wind field because you think, oh, there's the tornado, I'm safely away from it. But you're actually in kind of like this, or about to be in this invisible wind field. So that could be another thing. And of course, I don't think they've ever made it public, but like Tim Samaras, I think it was his son, and Carl Jung, was that the other one they were chasing with? They sadly lost their lives in El Reno, and Tim Samaras was like famously known for being a fairly hesitant, play it safe type of guy. So to lose somebody like that, like, kind of goes to show how you can be super experienced and you can be not a Reed Timmer, basically. I mean, Reed Timmer does know his stuff, but he's the Mountain Dew of chasers, I guess. I guess my point is you can be kind of like on the more mild side and still get caught unaware. Luckily, not every day, or not every tornado day, produces an El Reno. That was an oddball, but if you want to talk about oddballs, Gerald, Texas, a super oddball. I hope to never see one of those in my lifetime. Sounded like a train barreling on top of you. Oof. To this day, like, I don't have a good solid memory of the tornado I heard. Like, it's more so now that I have, like, a memory of, I know that I heard something that I've never heard before in my life. I wouldn't say a train, but I think, like, in retrospect, after I knew after the fact the damage it had done, I think I was hearing it, like, basically tear up some power lines. I think that might have been it. But I think it was, like, just, like, this otherworldly growl. And the sad thing is, for me, I'm enough of an audio nut that if I had known this was all gonna happen, I could have put some audio recording outside that might have been able to capture it, even while I was, in air quotes, safely in shelter, because I don't have a basement. How do you get into this? If you're me, I kind of grew up around it. I had a family member who was big into tornadoes. I have never chased, though. I apparently prefer to let the tornadoes come to me. That's my life goal. Actually, I probably would have chased by now if it weren't that, okay, this vehicle that I bought with my hard-earned money, I can't afford to lose it. So I've never been chasing. And then so I just kind of grew up around a tornado nut job. And then I built a couple of websites, and it's almost on some level, I'll say that at this point I've almost more obsessed with trying to communicate things clearly to the public than the storms themselves, if that makes sense. Like, I'm almost more obsessed with the social science aspects of stuff. Like the fact that, watch and warning are actually kind of confusing. They're both WA words, and I've heard arguments made in favor of both. Like, I think one of the examples I could give is, like, a tornado warning is a very bad thing. But, like, if a cop lets you go with the warning, it's like, oh, okay, you did a bad thing, but it's okay. I'm gonna let you go with a warning. So if you're thinking that level of intensity and applying it to a tornado, you can think, oh, this is like a tornado advisory or something. This tornado is going to let me go with an advisory. Yeah. Or a warning. Anyway, one of the many things. Ah, yes, you prefer to watch tornadoes on YouTube, thousands of miles away from you. I would, if I actually knew people in real life, because, like, the family I had weren't chasers. They were just, I say they, it was my dad. I think we were the sole nut jobs in the family. But if I had happened to actually know somebody in real life, I might have been chasing. But I certainly, especially not these days, I wouldn't be going out on my own. Especially, like, I don't know how anybody who chases on their own can do it. Because you've got driving in intense situations, trying to keep up with radar, trying to make sure that you don't drive into a tornado. Definitely wouldn't be something I want to try on my own. All of this tornado stuff is new and confusing to you. Okay, so what would be the basics? You need to know the difference between a watch and a warning. Get comfortable with the idea of being in tornado watches. They'll come and go. But tornado watches, loosely, like, well, oh, there's also this. This is an outlook. This would be something from the Storm Prediction Center, or you can also get it off severeweatheroutlook.com, where, so the leading up to an event or a potential event, you'll get an outlook indicating where there may be either wind, hail, or a tornado, or all three. So that's the first thing to be aware of. A lot of people don't know that stuff even exists. So, and then watches are for large areas. So, for instance, the thing that's kind of still left over, this is kind of a bad example because this is a smaller watch than most. So let's say a watch might, except I drew off. I'm gonna let's say you might have a watch that's this big. So this was how big the watch might be, but like an actual warning might be like a polygon, much smaller threat. So watch is kind of like heads up. We've got some conditions coming together that are favorable for a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning, or a severe thunderstorm, or whatever it happens to be. And then the warnings are when either you've got, so tornado warning would be there's like the radar is seeing something that's indicative of what might be a storm producing a tornado. The radar can't know. And then you can also get kind of the upgrades to that where a human has spotted it, or radar is seeing debris up in the sky. So again, warnings are when you take action. And then helmets. If you have a bicycle helmet, baseball helmet, that's something that doesn't get promoted enough, is having a helmet for every member of the family. Hey! Oh, it looks like we lost the severe thunderstorm warning. Give it a second. So it disappeared out of the top right. And okay, there it goes. We'll click on that, get the update on that, because that now means we're down to just marine threats.
Listen up. I have an update for the severe thunderstorm warning in the severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Escambia, southeastern Conecuh, west central Covington, northwestern Santa Rosa and north central Escambia counties is cancelled. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits. Therefore, the warning has been cancelled.
All right, I'm going to cancel that cancellation. So it's said what, like Santa Rosa, because it's something we gotta work around at some point. When there's a line break, it wants to pause, even though if you as a human were looking at it, you'd be able to say, oh, this new line is clearly part of the previous line, so I shouldn't like have a large pause there. But anyway, so that was the severe thunderstorm warning for Conecuh, Covington, Escambia. Escambia, Alabama, Escambia, Florida, and Santa Rosa, Florida is canceled. We're down to just special marine warnings. Okay. If you're not taking the warning seriously, then congratulations. You're playing it as though you've lived here your entire life. To be kind of tongue-in-cheek about it. Because the very human thing to do is, oh, is that the sirens? Let me run outside. Oh, the other thing about sirens, depending on where you are, you may have outdoor sirens, but they are intended for outdoor use only. Don't depend on only them as a way to get like tornado warnings. Because that kind of mentality, especially in overnight storms, can get people killed. Because like if you like think about like these sirens tend to get tested, or I think to my knowledge only ever get tested on like good weather days. So you've got like nice clear, there's no storms, not raining, it's not super windy or anything. So that's going to be like the best of conditions that you can hear the thing in. And then if you talk about like, so then maybe 2:00 in the morning or something, the tornado sirens go off, but it also happens to be pretty windy and it's raining. So like it's already hard enough for the siren kind of the noise to make it inside your house, if that makes sense. And then you're sound asleep, unless you're me, and never sleep. But don't rely on only sirens. Use them as a appetizer. I have no idea what I'm saying. But my cat, my favorite story. One of these days I'm going to do a video on it. Joplin, Missouri. Oh, in fact, I'm just going to Google it, see if I can find it real quick. So it's a story of a guy in Joplin, Missouri, and it's almost on some level amazing that this person lived to tell about it. But at the same time, how many people did not go on to live who had similar stories that we'll never know about, maybe? It's going to be a PDF I'm looking for. Might be this central. Yeah, this looks I think I'd even recognize it. How many pages is this? Oh, a mere 41. Okay, here it is. Let's see. Can I get this up on the screen? So no warnings in effect right now. We are going to look very briefly at this. So in this paper, I haven't switched over to where you can see the paper yet. But they talk about signals, I guess. Signals in the sense of, like, the siren's going off. That would be a signal. Going outside and noticing, hey, this weather is looking like it's getting bad. That would be a signal. So this is going to be a, like, kind of worst case scenario. But again, this was a guy who lived to tell the tale. So there might be other stories like this where the people just simply did not survive to be able to tell. So this is in the Joplin, Missouri case study. But the number of signals between first indication of severe weather, so the first time that, like, you've gotten some kind of heads up that something's not quite right, and protective action markedly increased as information became conflicted or unclear. So if I remember right, in Joplin, like, one of the problems was I think they maybe sounded the sirens too early, like long before the tornado was there, and like if you don't know what's going on, so then when the siren stopped, it's like, oh, can I come out of shelter or not? But in the most extreme example, one resident's interview indicated nine risk signals identified before taking protective action. I'm going to just assume it's a guy. But we're going to say, number one, he was aware that thunderstorms were probably going to happen. That's signal number one. He noticed the weather changing outside. He heard the first siren while driving to the restaurant, approximately a 30-minute lead time apparently at that time. He noticed that the restaurant had shut its doors and disallowed entry. He drove to a second restaurant where business was carrying on as usual, because you will find that. He noticed the weather changing. He noticed reports came from TV and radio, and a patron in the restaurant apparently indicated tornado was already in Joplin. And management at the restaurant instructed protective action. So this person basically had all these little signs going on that, hey, something's not quite right. And instead of, I would really like to know about this restaurant business. Say, the sirens are going off, but, I really need, I don't know, like some biscuits and gravy. What would be a really good reason to go out to a restaurant in a tornado warning? But I just thought that was enlightening, we'll say. I just thought that was very interesting. Just an indication of the human, like, on some level, it's like our inability somewhat to adapt to, oh my God, a serious, real threat is happening. Definitely a guy and a hungry one, too. Oh, so the story on the radios, like on Amazon anyway, they retail for about $30. So $30 isn't like a trivial amount of money for a lot of us. And then I honestly would probably recommend having more than one. For the following reason. Now, maybe I'm just unlucky because I am kind of on a border where I don't get reception too good. My radio does not work so great. Because, like, the thing that's the worst about it is I'll set it up and program it, it's fine, and I don't know what happens in the next few days, but suddenly that area of the house is no longer getting a signal. And so how the Midland stuff seems to work anyway is it will take 10 days of it not receiving, like, the weekly test for it to start actually beeping at you. So that's basically 10 days that your weather radio was possibly not protecting you and you had no idea. So that's why I would also recommend a backup and having it, like, in a different area. Especially maybe, like, an area that you get much more clear reception. But so the point with the money thing is, if you can, thrift shop. If you can find it secondhand, maybe, I have no idea how much they'd retail for, but maybe if you picked it up used, might be a couple bucks. One hopes. Some people collect them. Ah, realize you're not in live mode. That's actually something I'm legit thinking about having. So let's see, do I have a demo that I could do? Like, for instance, I can switch to a different scene. I could do like an auto scene, but I was thinking about having, I just am giving the scene as a random example, something that says, by the way, check the time in the lower left-hand corner and see how it compares to real time. So for me, for instance, let's see, it's about 30 seconds behind real time. And then maybe it'd also have like a little tiny mini video or something of here's what to click. Because I've been burned by that. Not realizing that it wasn't actually live. Or not live. It's not that weird to leave your home during a thunderstorm, but this was, let me see, was that in the PDF? Ah, okay. Heard the first siren while driving to the restaurant. Okay, so let's give this guy or gal the benefit of the doubt. Because you can have stuff, if you're not paying attention to like what the lead up was, you know, things can look really terrifying outside when it's actually just that it's really dark and that there isn't necessarily a tornado on the way. I'm curious. Don't know it offhand. It was May in 2011, I do believe. Curious to look something up. It was May 22nd. Let's see if I can find the Storm Prediction Center page. Okay, historical view. Yeah, okay. We're going to look at 2011, May 22nd. And I am definitely losing my voice. So since we're outside of... We are, right? No warnings? Yeah, canceled 12 minutes ago. So this is like a historical... Well, it's a couple things. Like, you can get the storm report map from the Storm Prediction Center, but I forget how I found this initially, but they have this kind of little baked-in viewer. This was May 22nd, 2011, the day where there was the Joplin tornado. In fact... Yeah, 122 fatal, 750 people were injured. The reason that I actually wanted to pull this up, I wanted to see what was the lead up. Predictability too low. So, let's see, Joplin is roughly, let's say here-ish, so it's debatably that it was in the day 4 outlook. And it's definitely then was in day 3, so that would be 2 days before the event. So still just a slight risk at the time. Oh, this also probably precedes enhanced. So in retrospect, this day, the Joplin tornado day, probably would have been an enhanced day based on the current scales that are in place. Okay, so as of the day before, they added the black hatched area. So the point that I'm kind of trying to make as we go through this, and here's the tornado graphic, is that if people in Joplin had happened to know there was something brewing, obviously you're still, 10%, that's still kind of low probabilities. To give it some context, that's what today has been. Not what's shown now, where it's going to be 5%. But like the thing that dropped the Houston tornado, that's a 10% day. So this, back in 2011, was just a slight risk because they didn't yet have In fact, here's the scale. They just had the thunderstorms, slight, moderate, and high. So by today's standards, this would have been a enhanced risk. So Joplin, very much in that area, 10% tornado threat. What is it? Also, large hail. And that would have been, what, 1 a.m. the day of the event. I think it happened in the afternoon. But, oh, and then they bumped it up to moderate later. Okay, now, to be fair, the tornado graphic is not where Joplin is, but it was as high as 15. But, so I guess my point is, like, honestly, until I started streaming on a regular basis, I wasn't even checking the severe weather outlook every single day. So, like, that's one of the things I'm going to try to solve at some point is how would I convince the average person to check this information every day? Especially since more and more of us move away from, like, we're cord cutters. Move away from cable TV and over-the-air stuff, so you're not going to get, like, the local news where the local meteorologist telling you, hey, we've got this big threat coming up you need to be aware of. I sound as tired as you are. Can you hear it in my voice? And I had 4 hours of sleep, too, leading up to this, because I knew that this thing was going to kick off so early. It was basically... Oh, well, and part of the problem was, okay, so, like, I was trying to sleep in, but, like, since I didn't know exactly when it was going to kick off, I was basically kind of half awake, looking at stuff. I'm like, okay, should I start the stream now? What about now? Is there anything going on yet? But in general, a lot of these tornadoes, you would have heads up. Like, well, I won't say a lot of these tornadoes, but like some of these major ones, there was actually like something was kind of predicted, like possibly even days leading up to the event. And why I think that's so helpful is like, you shouldn't use it to get panicked, hopefully. It's like, start thinking, okay, if you're talking about, all right, like, let's say next Monday, we're looking at something that might be happening next Monday. Okay, well, let me think about, all right, am I driving to work? Do I have to drive to school? Am I picking somebody up from the airport, et cetera, et cetera? Like, do I need to be in a car? Are there supplies? Like, was I going to need groceries that day? So should I do my shopping sooner, et cetera, et cetera? Like, all the things that might change. Or that might not be the best place to be in the middle of a tornado. Like, don't be in a Home Depot. I think it was a Home Depot in Joplin that, like, basically the tornado took the roof and then the building collapsed. Because that's kind of how we just extend the tornado watch. I believe that was what I heard about the Home Depot there, is like once the roof was gone, the walls had nothing to hold them up. Yeah, brand new tornado watch. Number 30. This goes until 11 a.m., which means we're talking about something that technically extends into tomorrow's outlook area, as you can obviously witness on this map. Yeah, just Netflix. So if you do happen to have an actual TV with a tuner, this is the thing that I've started advocating more and more. I don't honestly know, since I already bought my TV antenna years ago, but the cheapest TV antenna you can find, this is assuming that you happen to own a TV that you're using basically as a monitor, or maybe you have a TV that, like, you stream, like, Netflix and things too, but you just, like, you've got, like, an Apple TV or something connected to it. Anyway, something that has a tuner card in it. Hook up one of those cheap antennas and do a channel scan and see what you can pick up. You might be surprised. And then you've got a resource of something that you can turn on in the middle of tornado warnings. But to be clear, they tend to, and it's probably, I'm sure, TV station to TV station, but they tend to only stream or Not stream. What would they call that? They tend to only cut into programming for tornado warnings. But that would be, you'd get, like with an antenna, you'd be getting it live, so as little delay as possible. And you're going to have broadcast meteorologists who are trained both in the science and then also trained in communicating clearly to the public. They're going to know local areas. Like when you ask them, what about this town? And me personally, I'm like, are we talking about Ohio? What state are we talking about? They're going to know that you're talking about something nearby. Let me look up what the probabilities are on this new one. I am actually just going to have to go off of mic at some point very soon because I can feel it. My throat is burning. Gotta set up a computer with Zoom on my coffin so you don't miss it. I hope you're able to sleep well. I unfortunately will probably have the stream going on in the background. It's probably going to be like generating just enough anxiety that I don't ever really fully fall asleep because stuff. I mean, I'm trying to build actually these things where the stream can run itself, especially for situations where like this, where I'm losing my voice. I'm about to not be able to actually communicate at all. Then I will become a talking computer. Okay, let's see. So the good news on this, it looks like the tornado probabilities on this latest tornado watch, this tornado watch number 30, are possibly the lowest that we've seen of the tornado watches so far. And that's not terribly surprising, of course, since this is only as high as a 5% chance as of right now. Oh, so let me update the... Oh, I can't because I'm not logged in. Let's see. I'll make... So this is tornado watch number 30. Briefly, here's what's going to happen from here on. If you want, you can go to tornadohq.com/live, where you can, of course, control exactly what it's looking at. The radar, however, does not loop, unfortunately. But there will be that. I'm going to leave the stream going. It will theoretically continue to work. Leave it maybe a little into here. Actually, let me look at a future radar loop because I'm assuming this area over here isn't going to be hit until like it's already boofed through here. We'll do HRRR. Yeah.
Hoop.
Oh.
There is one new special marine warning for. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa-Walton County line to Pensacola FL out 20 nm. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, marine for coastal waters from Okaloosa-Walton County line to Pensacola Bay Area, including Santa Rosa Sound.
And you're welcome, Jason. Thank you
Waters
for
from
watching.
Okaloosa-Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 22.
And thank you, AD. Thank you for watching.
Waters from Pensacola, Florida to
And how do you like having three voices going at once? So let me just turn this down. All right, let me do what I was gonna do. Oh, we're still looking at total snowfall. I was wondering. So what I'm trying to do is like, all right. And then we've run out of imagery apparently. Well, let me switch to this one. Let's see. So maybe I'll just keep the whole thing visible. So this will theoretically continue to update. I would absolutely not use this stream as like a substitute for the NOAA weather radio. TornadoHQ.com sort of can function that way because I've got like squawky alerts and you can also track a location. You have to be clear, you have to have the website open. It's not like an app or a notification service where it can run in the background. Yeah, this is, well, maybe I'll leave it looking at this. All right, I also have the fun decision to make. I think what I'm going to do is disable the NOAA weather radio. And then we should still have static. And then I'm going to turn up the text-to-speech, so anything brand new gets announced.
A special marine warning has been issued for the following counties.
But I'm going to theoretically at least try to lie down and get a cat nap or something.
There is one new special marine warning for the National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa-Walton County line to Mexico Beach out 20 nm. Waters from Okaloosa-Walton County line to Mexico Beach from 20 to 60 nm.
NM, nautical miles.
6:15 a.m. CST.
We cancel this for now.
a.m. CST.
So one of the other things that I'm going to build at some point is give it a chatter mode so it can be telling relevant things like, hey, there's as high as a 5% chance today of a tornado, etc., etc. Is it SimGaw or is it Sim Georgia? Thank you. Thank you for watching. I've completely forgotten what I was doing. Other than, so you'll have this. This is kind of to indicate that there is audio on the stream without it. I don't know. It's just to indicate that there's audio on the stream. At some point, I'll figure out a way to get the text-to-speech to talk more frequently so it's not so out of left field. And yeah, I think that's it. Of course, the next stream will probably start, I know what, like noonish Eastern, because I will probably leave some kind of stream going for as long as this is a threat, because this is possibly, fingers crossed, it for a good week or so. Okay, so GA, is it GA or is it GA? You can make everybody pronounce their name. And thank you to those who have been watching who may not be chatting. I'm one of those people. I hardly ever chat. And thank you, Nightbot, for aggressively greeting guests when they say hi, for aggressively promoting the website, for kind of giving me a chuckle. Okay, Gaw. Thank you, SimGaw. Nightbot, who gives me a chuckle when it's obvious, like, despite the name having bot in it, we know what a bot is, right? It's a robot. People who get upset with Nightbot, not really seeing that Nightbot is a bot. Maybe it's because I grew up, quote unquote, in the Twitch world, where I think Nightbot is far more popular. I think people over there, at least way back in the day, understood, yeah, Nightbot is a bot. That's not a human. You're not being unfairly struck down. Well, I mean, maybe you are. It's just that Nightbot has no soul. And if I thought my throat was getting weird before, it definitely is now. On that note, thank you everyone for watching. I hope everybody's staying safe out there. As of right now, the only official warnings are special marine warnings That tornado watch will go until, what was it, 11 or something? And I'm sure there'll be others to follow it tomorrow. Everyone, rest well. And let me test the audio balance. We'll leave it playing the most recent special marine warning.
Hoop hoop. There is one new special marine warning for. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa-Walton County line to Mexico Beach out 20 nm. Waters from Okaloosa-Walton County line to Mexico Beach from 20 to 60 nm. Until 6:15 a.m. CST. At 3:11 a.m. CST, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from East Bay to 54 nm south of Farewell Buoy, moving northeast at 40 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts to nearly 50 knots. Source, radar indicated. Impact, waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels, and create suddenly higher waves. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots, suddenly higher waves, frequent lightning, and heavy downpours. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Locations impacted include Panama City Beach, Santa Rosa Beach, Laguna Beach, Sandiston and Miramar Beach. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1000 a.m. CST for the Panhandle of Florida and the adjacent coastal waters. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately. Repeating. A special marine warning has been issued for the following counties. End of warning. Listen up. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Okaloosa County in northwestern Florida, southeastern Santa Rosa County in northwestern Florida, until 4:15 a.m. CST. At 3:28 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm was located over Navarre Beach, or 11 miles west of Mary Esther, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Wright, Fort Walton Beach, Niceville, Destin, Eglin AFB. Valparaiso, Mary Esther, Ocean City, Lake Lorraine, Navarre. Shalimar, Cinco Bayou, and Navarre Beach. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for northwestern Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for northwestern Florida. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Okaloosa and Santa Rosa. End of warning. Hoop hoop. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Dale County in southeastern Alabama, Coffee County in southeastern Alabama, Geneva County in southeastern Alabama, until 5:15 a.m. CST. At 4:03 a.m. CST, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Glenwood to near Florala, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Daleville, Elba, Geneva, Enterprise, Fort Rucker, Ozark, Level. Plains, Sampson, Newton, New Brockton, Aridon, Lee, Clay-Hatchie. Kinston, Coffee Springs, Carl Folsom A/P, Hooper Stage Field. Gerald, Camp Humming Hills and Cairns AAF. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1000 a.m. CST for southeastern Alabama and the panhandle of Florida. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. To report severe weather, contact your nearest law enforcement agency. They will send your report to the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Alabama, Coffee, Dale, and Geneva. End of warning. Hoop hoop. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Northwestern Bay County in the Panhandle of Florida, Walton County in the Panhandle of Florida, Holmes County in the Panhandle of Florida, Central Washington County in the Panhandle of Florida. Until 5:45 a.m. CST. At 4:07 a.m. CST, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 8 miles north of Lockhart to 31 miles south of Navarre Beach, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Panama City Beach, Vernon, Santa Rosa Beach, Defuniak Springs, Boniface, Eglin Air Force Base, Union, Liberty, Live Oak, Freeport, Paxton, Ponce de Leon, Caryville, Esto, Westville, Ebro, Noma, Oakwood Hills, Whitehead Crossroads, and Cerro Gordo. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1000 a.m. CST for the Panhandle of Florida. To report severe weather, contact your nearest law enforcement agency. They will send your report to the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Bay, Holmes, Walton, and Washington. End of warning. Listen up. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Okaloosa County in northwestern Florida until 4:45 a.m. CST. At 4:14 a.m. CST, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 5 miles east of Crestview to 4 miles northwest of Valparaiso to near Fort Walton Beach, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Wright, Fort Walton Beach, Niceville, Destin, Eglin AFB. Valparaiso, Mary Esther, Ocean City, Lake Lorraine, Shalimar and Cinco Bayou. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for northwestern Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 a.m. CST for northwestern Florida. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Okaloosa. End of warning. Beep beep beep. There is one new tornado warning for Florida. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Walton County in the Panhandle of Florida until 5:15 a.m. CST. At 4:43 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles southwest of Santa Rosa Beach, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Santa Rosa Beach around 4:55 a.m. CST. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Portland, Gulf Pines, New Home, Freeport, Blue Mountain Beach, Sandiston, Miramar Beach, and 4 Mile Village. Precautionary/preparedness actions. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And protect yourself from flying debris. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. This cluster of thunderstorms is capable of producing tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. If on or near Choctawhatchee Bay, get away from the water and move to safe shelter immediately. If you can hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. Severe thunderstorms can produce large capsizing waves, even on small bodies of water. Move into dock and seek safe shelter now. Do not be caught on the water in a thunderstorm. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Walton and Walton. End of warning. Hoop hoop. There is one new tornado warning for Florida. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Walton County in the Panhandle of Florida until 5:30 a.m. CST. At 5:01 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Santa Rosa Beach, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southeastern Walton County, including the following locations: Bruce, Port Washington, Freeport, Bunker, Grayton Beach, Blue Mountain Beach, Seagrove Beach, Seaside, and Rock Hill. Precautionary/preparedness actions. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Walton and Walton. End of warning. Listen up. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Dale County in southeastern Alabama, Henry County in southeastern Alabama, Eastern Geneva County in southeastern Alabama, Houston County in southeastern Alabama, until 6:45 a.m. CST. At 5:07 a.m. CST, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Doster to near Geneva, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Daleville, Abbeville, Cottonwood, Fort Gaines, Headland, Dothan, Ozark, Fort Rucker, Hartford, Taylor, Midland City, Kinsey, Ashford, Level Plains, Slocum, Cowitz, Newton, Webb, Columbia and Pinkard. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1000 a.m. CST for southeastern Alabama and the panhandle of Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. To report severe weather, contact your nearest law enforcement agency. They will send your report to the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1000 a.m. CST for southeastern Alabama and the panhandle of Florida. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Alabama, Dale, Geneva, Henry, and Houston. End of warning. Listen up. There is one new tornado warning for Florida. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Bay County in the Panhandle of Florida, southeastern Walton County in the Panhandle of Florida, southwestern Washington County in the Panhandle of Florida, until 5:45 a.m. CST. At 5:13 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles northwest of Panama City Beach, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northwestern Bay, southeastern Walton, and southwestern Washington counties, including the following locations: Bruce, Redhead, Inlet Beach, Pine Log, Seminole Hills, Laird and Ebro. Precautionary/preparedness actions. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And protect yourself from flying debris. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida: Bay, Walton, and Washington. End of warning. Heya. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County in the Panhandle of Florida, Gulf County in the Panhandle of Florida, Bay County in the Panhandle of Florida, Calhoun County in the Panhandle of Florida, Eastern Holmes County in the Panhandle of Florida, Washington County in the Panhandle of Florida. Until 800 AM EST/700 AM CST/ at 6:29 AM EST/5:29 AM CST/, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 7 miles south of Hartford to near Panama City Beach, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Panama City, Lynn Haven, Panama City Beach, Callaway, Vernon, Boniface, Blountstown, Mariana, Chipley, Graceville, Port St. Joe, Springfield, Mexico Beach, Highland Park, Stone Mill Creek, Tyndall, Air Force Base, Chattahoochee, Bradford, Live Oak, and Parker. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 AM EST/1000 AM CST/4. Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. To report severe weather, contact your nearest law enforcement agency. They will send your report to the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 AM EST/1000 AM CST/4. Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Bay, Calhoun, Gulf, Holmes, Jackson, and Washington. End of warning. Beep beep beep. There is one new special marine warning for. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a special marine warning for Apalachee Bay or coastal waters from Keaton Beach to Cyclocane River FL out to 20 nm. Coastal waters from Cyclocane River to Apalachicola FL out to 20 nm. Coastal waters from Mexico Beach to Apalachicola out 20 nm. Coastal waters from Okaloosa Walton County line to Mexico Beach out 20 nm. Waters from Mexico Beach to Apalachicola, Florida from 20 to 60 nm. Waters from Okaloosa Walton County line to Mexico Beach from 20 to 60 nm. Waters from Sewanee River to Apalachicola, Florida from 20 to 60 nm. Until 9:30 a.m. EST/8:30 a.m. CST/ at 6:35 a.m. EST/5:35 a.m. CST/ severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Panama City Beach to 46 nanometers south of Okaloosa Deepwater Reef. Moving east at 25 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts to nearly 50 knots. Source, radar indicated. Impact, waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels, and create suddenly higher waves. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots, suddenly higher waves, frequent lightning, and heavy downpours. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Locations impacted include O Tower, Mexico Beach, Port St. Joe, S Tower, Panama City Beach. Empire Micarec, Apalachicola, C Tower, Cape San Blas and St. George Island. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 am EST/1000 am CST/4. Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida, and the adjacent coastal waters. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately. Repeating. A special marine warning has been issued for the following counties. End of warning. Hoop hoop. There is one new tornado warning for Florida. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Bay County in the Panhandle of Florida, west central Calhoun County in the Panhandle of Florida, southeastern Washington County in the Panhandle of Florida, until 6:15 a.m. CST. At 5:42 a.m. CST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 11 miles northwest of Lynn Haven, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar-indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northeastern Bay, west central Calhoun and southeastern Washington counties in the Panhandle of Florida, including the following locations: Brock Crossroad, Betts, Fountain, Bradford, Singer Road, Saunders, Greenhead, Gaynor Spring, Bennett, and Porter Lake. Precautionary/preparedness actions. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And protect yourself from flying debris. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. This cluster of thunderstorms is capable of producing tornadoes and widespread significant wind damage. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm, and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties in Florida: Bay, Calhoun, and Washington. End of warning. Hey, there is one new tornado warning for Florida. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Gulf County in the Panhandle of Florida, southeastern Bay County in the Panhandle of Florida, until 800 a.m. EST/700 a.m. CST/ at 7:22 a.m. EST/6:22 a.m. CST/, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Tyndall Air Force Base, or near Callaway, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northwestern Gulf and southeastern Bay counties, including the following locations: Overstreet, Beacon Beach, Wetapo, Davis Beach, Allenton, and Parker. Precautionary/preparedness actions: take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties: in Florida, Bay, Gulf, and Gulf. End of warning. Hoop hoop. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida and Georgia. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Jackson County in the Panhandle of Florida, eastern Gulf County in the Panhandle of Florida, southeastern Calhoun County in the Panhandle of Florida, northwestern Wakulla County in Big Bend of Florida, Gadsden County in Big Bend of Florida, Liberty County in Big Bend of Florida, southwestern Leon County in Big Bend of Florida, Franklin County in Big Bend of Florida, Decatur County in southwestern Georgia, south central Miller County in southwestern Georgia, Seminole County in southwestern Georgia. Until 8:45 a.m. EST/7:45 a.m. CST/ at 7:45 a.m. EST/6:45 a.m. CST/, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 6 miles south of Donalsonville to near Mexico Beach, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include East Point, Apalachicola, Quincy, Bainbridge, Donalsonville, Chattahoochee, Greensboro, West Bainbridge, Orange, Franklin, Gretna, Bristol, Attapulgis, Iron City, Climax, Brinson, Rock, Bluff, Jewel Fire Tower, Villas, and Langkat. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST/1000 a.m. CST/4. Southeastern Alabama, and Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST/1000 a.m. CST/4. Southeastern Alabama, and Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Georgia, Decatur, Miller, Seminole, and Seminole. In Florida, Calhoun, Franklin, Gadsden, Gulf, Jackson, Leon, Liberty, Wakulla, and Wakulla. End of warning. Beep beep beep. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida and Georgia. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Jackson County in the Panhandle of Florida, Gulf County in the Panhandle of Florida, southeastern Bay County in the Panhandle of Florida, Calhoun County in the Panhandle of Florida, south central Seminole County in southwestern Georgia. Until 8:30 a.m. EST/7:30 a.m. CST/ at 8:01 a.m. EST/7:01 a.m. CST/, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 12 miles northwest of Chattahoochee to near Mexico Beach, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Blountstown, Port St. Joe, Mexico Beach, Stone Mill Creek, Chattahoochee, Tyndall Air Force Base, Wauhachka, Sneads, Grand Ridge, Alpha, Honeyville, Clarksville, Okeechee, Selman, Abe Springs, Chipola Cutoff, Cape San Blas, Chipola, Henderson Mill and Overstreet. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST/1000 a.m. CST/4. Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST/1000 a.m. CST/4. Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Georgia, Seminole and Seminole. In Florida, Bay, Calhoun, Gulf, Jackson, and Jackson. End of warning. Beep beep beep. There is one new tornado warning for Georgia. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Miller County in southwestern Georgia, southwestern Mitchell County in southwestern Georgia, central Baker County in southwestern Georgia. Until 9:00 a.m. Estate. At 8:23 a.m. Estate, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Colquitt, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Newton around 8:50 a.m. Estate. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Hawkinstown, Mimsville, Hopeful, Mitchell Co-A/P, Hoggard Mill, Cooktown, Bellevue, and L Model WMA. Precautionary/preparedness actions. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties. In Georgia, Baker, Miller, and Mitchell. End of warning. Alert sound goes here. There is one new tornado warning for Florida. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Calhoun County in the Panhandle of Florida, northwestern Liberty County in Big Bend of Florida, until 900 a.m. EST/800 a.m. CST/ at 8:29 a.m. EST/7:29 a.m. CST/, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles south of Blountstown, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southeastern Calhoun County in the Panhandle of Florida and northwestern Liberty counties in Big Bend of Florida, including the following locations: Marysville, Talogia, Rock Bluff, Estefanolga, Bristol, Woods, Hosford, and Lowry. Precautionary/preparedness actions: take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Calhoun and Liberty. End of warning. Alert sound goes here. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Gulf County in the Panhandle of Florida, Western Wakulla County in Big Bend of Florida, Southern Liberty County in Big Bend of Florida, Franklin County in Big Bend of Florida. Until 9:45 a.m. EST/8:45 a.m. CST/ at 8:41 a.m. EST/7:41 a.m. CST/, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 8 miles south of Wauhitchka to 7 miles south of Port St. Joe, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Carabel, East Point, Apalachicola, St. George Island, Port St. Joe, Franklin, Sopchipi, Royal Bluff, St. George Island, St. P.K., Cape San Blas, Beverly, Poplar Camp, Simmons Bayou, Curtis Mill, Dalkeith, St. Joe Beach, Fort Gadsden, 9 Mile, High Bluff and St. Joseph State Park. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST/1000 a.m. CST/4. Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST/1000 a.m. CST/4. Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Franklin, Gulf, Liberty, Wakulla, and Wakulla. End of warning. Hoop hoop. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida and Georgia. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Wakulla County in Big Bend of Florida, Gadsden County in Big Bend of Florida, Central Liberty County in Big Bend of Florida, Leon County in Big Bend of Florida, Decatur County in southwestern Georgia, Grady County in southwestern Georgia, northwestern Thomas County in south-central Georgia. Until 1000 a.m. EST. At 8:45 a.m. estate severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 9 miles north of West Bainbridge to 10 miles east of Stonemill Creek, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Quincy, Tallahassee, Havana, Bainbridge, Midway, Cairo, Oclocne. Wiggum Florida State University, Tallahassee Com College, Doak. Campbell Stadium, Greensboro, Florida A&M, West Bainbridge. Gretna, Attapulgis, Climax, Lake Bradford, Jewel Fire Tower and Capel. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST for Big Bend of Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST for Big Bend of Florida. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Georgia, Decatur, Grady, and Thomas. In Florida, Gadsden, Leon, Liberty, Wakulla, and Wakulla. End of warning. I found 2 new warnings affecting Georgia. Ding ding. There is one new special marine warning for. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a special marine warning for Appalachia Bay or coastal waters from Keaton Beach to Cyclocane River FL out to 20 nm. Coastal waters from Cyclocane River to Apalachicola FL out to 20 nm. Coastal waters from Mexico Beach to Apalachicola out 20 nm. Waters from Mexico Beach to Apalachicola, Florida from 20 to 60 nm. Waters from Okaloosa Walton County line to Mexico Beach from 20 to 60 nm. Waters from Sewanee River to Apalachicola, Florida from 20 to 60 nm. Until 11:30 a.m. EST/10:30 a.m. CST/ at 9:28 a.m. EST/8:28 a.m. CST/ severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Port St. Joe to 46 nanometers southwest of Empire Micorec, moving north at 25 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts to nearly 50 knots. Source, radar indicated. Impact, waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels, and create suddenly higher waves. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots, suddenly higher waves, frequent lightning, and heavy downpours. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Locations impacted include O Tower, K Tower, S Tower, V Tower, Empire Micorec, Apalachicola, C Tower, Cape San Blas, St. George Island and Marker. 24 barge. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST/1000 a.m. CST/4. Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida, and the adjacent coastal waters. Repeating. A special marine warning has been issued for the following counties. End of warning. Hoop hoop. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Georgia. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Irwin County in south-central Georgia, eastern Dougherty County in southwestern Georgia, Turner County in south-central Georgia, northeastern Mitchell County in southwestern Georgia, northwestern Tift County in south-central Georgia, northwestern Ben Hill County in south-central Georgia, Worth County in south-central Georgia. Until 10:30 a.m. EST. At 9:30 a.m. EST, a severe thunderstorm was located near Baconton, or near Putney, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Sylvester, Putney, Ashburn, Baconton, Poulin, Marine Corps. Logistics Base, Worth, Terrell, Sycamore, Sumner, Rebecca. Bridgeboro, Amboy, Sylvester Airport, Tempe, Parkville, Inaha. Red Rock, Acre, and Leicester. Precautionary/preparedness actions. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Georgia, Ben Hill, Dougherty, Irwin, Mitchell, Tift, Turner, and Worth. End of warning. Alert sound goes here. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Gulf County in the Panhandle of Florida, Wakulla County in Big Bend of Florida, southeastern Liberty County in Big Bend of Florida, southeastern Leon County in Big Bend of Florida, Franklin County in Big Bend of Florida. Until 1015 a.m. EST/9:15 a.m. CST/ at 9:45 a.m. EST/8:45 a.m. CST/, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 18 miles west of Crawfordville to 20 miles south of Port St. Joe, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Carabel, St. Marks, East Point, Apalachicola, Woodville, Crawfordville, St. George Island, Wakulla, Franklin, Sopchippy, Shadeville, Leon Sinks, Royal Bluff, Wakulla Springs, St. George Island, St. PK, 8 Mile Pond, Beverly, Panacea, Poplar Camp and Medit. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST/1000 a.m. CST/4. Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST/1000 a.m. CST/4. Big Bend of and the Panhandle of Florida. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Franklin, Gulf, Leon, Liberty, Wakulla, and Wakulla. End of warning. Ding ding. There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Florida. There is a possible tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Wakulla County in Big Bend of Florida, southeastern Liberty County in Big Bend of Florida, southwestern Jefferson County in Big Bend of Florida, southeastern Leon County in Big Bend of Florida, Franklin County in Big Bend of Florida, until 11:15 a.m. EST. At 10:11 a.m. estate severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Crawfordville to 17 miles southwest of St. George Island, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 mph wind gusts. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Carabel, St. Mark's, East Point, Apalachicola, Woodville, Crawfordville, St. George Island, Wakulla, Franklin, Sopchippy, Cody, Shadeville, Leon Sinks, Royal Bluff, Wakulla Springs, St. George Island, St. PK, 8 Mile Pond, Panacea, Medit, and Bethel. Precautionary/preparedness actions. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST for Big Bend of Florida. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 1100 a.m. EST for Big Bend of Florida. Repeating. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Franklin, Jefferson, Leon, Liberty, Wakulla, and Wakulla. End of warning. Listen up. There is one new tornado warning for Florida. There is a radar-indicated tornado threat with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for West Central Jefferson County in Big Bend of Florida, Southeastern Leon County in Big Bend of Florida, until 1100 a.m. EST. At 10:24 a.m. EST, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles north of Crawfordville, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Woodville around 10:35 a.m. EST. Tallahassee around 10:45 a.m. EST. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Appalachie Regional Park, Cody, Chairs, Leon Sinks, Southwood, Chairs Crossroads, Lutterlow, 8 Mile Pond and Capitola. Precautionary/preparedness actions. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter. And protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Jefferson and Leon. End of warning. Listen up. There is one new tornado warning for Florida. Attention, there is a confirmed tornado with this storm. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for eastern Leon County in Big Bend of Florida until 1100 a.m. EST. At 10:31 a.m. EST, a tornado-producing storm was located near Florida A&M, or 7 miles southwest of Tallahassee, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, damaging tornado. Source, radar confirmed tornado. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic storm will be near Florida A&M, Florida State University and Doak Campbell Stadium around 10:40 a.m. EST. Tallahassee around 10:45 a.m. EST. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Ralph Ford Greenway, Macon Community Park, Gaither Community Center, Lake Munson, Tallahassee Memorial Hosp, Killen Estates, Lake Ella, Tallahassee Mall, State Capitol Complex and Governor's Square Mall. Precautionary/preparedness actions. To repeat, a tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating. A tornado warning has been issued for the following counties. In Florida, Leon. End of warning.